Thank you. Thank you very much, Auntie Nikki. Many of you that were a part of last year's gathering worked on some of these, the different natural assets, as we call them, or focus areas of our natural environment. And we worked really hard at getting some goals of what we wanted to achieve and maybe some targets to measure against those. We'll explore these in more detail tomorrow, but you may in the breaks see the posters at the back of the room which contain that information. And this afternoon we're going to hear some speakers on each of those different key areas to really, I guess, introduce them and add their technical expertise. But we do truly acknowledge all of the different ways of knowing and connecting with our country, and we do feel it's such an honour to have so much representation from various backgrounds, government departments, educational institutions from right across Queensland and particularly across our Fitzroy region. Sitting outside the six focus areas of the environment are what we call the two drivers, these huge all-encompassing influences. One of those is the climate and the other is the people. First off, this afternoon, we're going to hear some presentations and talks about those drivers and particularly about the people. Our first speaker today is Josh Weazel, a proud Waka Waka and Pita Pita man who has had a wonderful and diverse career as a paramedic in local government, in various government departments, and is now the Mayor of Woorabinda Aboriginal Shire. I was lucky enough to meet with Josh as a part of an FBA delegation out to Woorabinda recently, and I was really struck just by his deep listening, his enthusiasm for working with FBA, but most of all, his passion for doing the best for his people. In this short presentation, Josh is going to talk about his unique perspective on Central Queensland, both its history and importantly, its future. So I'd now like to invite Josh to speak.
Alrighty, good afternoon, everybody. And I guess initially I'd like to start off with an acknowledgement also of the country in which we meet, the Darringal people. Acknowledge their elders, past, present, and future. And I'd also like to acknowledge other First Nations participants here today and their respective elders and that are past, present, and of the future. Acknowledge special guests and also participants forum and all the organisers for today's event. I guess for myself, my name is Josh Weazel. I am the current Mayor of Woorabinda. I'd firstly like to acknowledge and put out there to the forum floor that I'm not an academic by no means, and my perspectives I put forward are purely our experience and our lived and observed life in an Aboriginal community of Woorabinda in Central Queensland. I'm excited to speak here today and especially be part of the greater discussion of economic and environmental sustainability. I guess to set the tone in terms of this forum and the lens of Indigenous perspective, country is a common word we use, but I don't think we understand the full depth of what it means. So I'd like to start with a quote. And this quote is from a research article that by Deborah Rose, and the research is cultural dispossession experienced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. But hopefully this resonates with you throughout the day, tomorrow, and the rest of the conference. Country is a place that receives life, not just imagined or represented. It is lived in and lived with. People talk about country in the same way they talk about a person. They speak to country, sing to country, visit country, worry about country, feel sorry for country, and long for country. People say that country knows. It hears, it smells, it takes notice, it takes care. It is sorry or happy. Country is a living entity with a yesterday, today, and tomorrow, with a consciousness and a will toward life. Because of this richness, country is home and peace, nourishment for body, mind, and spirit. So I think that quote really encapsulates the essence of when an Aboriginal or Indigenous person speaks of country. It captures so much complexity. But in relation to my role and Mayor of Local Government for our community of Woorabinda, I'd like to share a bit of history on Woorabinda. But I want to cover areas today very briefly around the local government industry in the Aboriginal community context. Look at the Indigenous socio-cultural perspectives and also finish with our approach and our legacy. So what we can do today to leave for tomorrow. So in terms of Woorabinda, for those of you that don't know, it's an Aboriginal community located approximately 170 kilometres southwest of Rockhampton. It was established by the government in 1926 and officially gazetted in 1927. Its name means the place where the kangaroo sits down. Present day Woorabinda is home to approximately 1,100 people from diverse tribal groups, predominantly and extensively throughout Queensland, but also inclusive of interstate. Research shows that there's approximately 52 different tribal groups that were forcibly removed and placed in Woorabinda. Its geographic location is on the beautiful lands of the Gungaloo and the Wodja peoples. So in terms of, oh, I'm jumping ahead here, mate, sorry. So in terms of my role in local government, so I think I just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight local government as an industry and what role it plays in the environment and a lot of the other issues surrounding communities. That is, local government is an industry that has far-reaching ability to address issues and highlight and advocate for real sustainable change for one's community, to our region, to our state, and broadly to our nation. The role of local government is both complex and comprehensive. Through the Indigenous lens, it brings with it further complexities, with a sense of urgency and demanded involvement in addressing fundamental aspects of social determinants of health. So that's issues like employment, education, housing. These are issues that are compounded in the context of an Indigenous community, and a number of other myriad of social issues that we encounter. So as a local government, we are both challenged and required to respond to these complex issues with tact, cultural acuity, whilst meeting our lawful obligations as per governing legislation of local government. So how do we deal with these complex issues and adapt and promote change? We consider our spheres and positions of influence. As members of society, we all play an important role in fostering the change that we want to see. At a leadership level, our level of advocacy at a local government allows for obvious access to state and federal agencies and departments of government that allow us to address the issues we face in our respective communities. We also work with our non-government organisations that work in parallel in addressing community issues. So at a community level, there are expectations and possibilities that relate to societal and governmental changes. Expectations drive issues. They result in processes and actions, and they all lead to a determined outcome. Culture, social policy, and our way of life is constantly evolving. From a community development perspective, our approach to educate and inform and walk with our communities to facilitate these changes is critical. And to do this, we should consider, when we instigate and facilitate change, that there are certain principles that we need to apply. So a lot of our work, and in terms of how we advocate for our community, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I'm referencing a particular framework around the core principles of public engagement. And some of these principles that apply are careful planning and preparation. So when we engage with our communities and lead and facilitate the change, we need to consider how we carefully plan and prepare. And through adequate and inclusive planning, we undertake a process that has been clearly defined, has a clearly defined purpose, and it meets the needs of all participants. We need to ensure that it has inclusion and demographic diversity. So we need to incorporate diverse peoples, voices, ideas, and information to lay the groundwork for quality outcomes, which is pretty much what this forum does today. We need to sort and seek collaboration and shared purpose. Support and encourage participants, inclusive of government and community institutions and organisations, and others to work together to advance the common good. We need to adopt openness in learning and helping all involved, listening to each other, exploring new ideas that are unconstrained by predetermined outcomes. We need to ensure we foster transparency and trust. And to do that, we need to be clear, open about the process. Acknowledge the impact in action and ensure that each participatory effort through a collective group has real potential to make a difference, so every voice is heard. And ultimately, we need sustained engagement and a participatory culture. So we need to promote a culture of participation with programs and institutions that support ongoing quality community engagement and improvement. So societies, individuals, and governments all have a responsibility to ensure transparent approaches, and that they're front and centre and drive the way we do transactional business with each other. It is critical in advancing our efforts. So now I'll move to the lens of Indigenous socio-cultural perspective. So this particular view applies to our community in terms of how we look at it, but to acknowledge an Indigenous perspectives, we're acknowledging a people with an existing relationship with the land. Aboriginal people, as Annie Nikki said, have had a deep connection with land and country, which is central to our identity. This connection remains despite the many Aboriginal people who no longer live on their land and were forcibly removed. And that's the genus of communities like Warrabinda in terms of how we were established. Aboriginal people describe the land as sustaining and comforting and fundamental to their health, their relationships, their culture and identity. And I guess the flip side or the alternative view there from a Western perspective is land is sometimes seen as a commodity to be used, owned and enjoyed. So I guess there's a lot of depth and complexity to the way Aboriginal and Indigenous people look at it. So how have we sought as a community to foster this innate sense of connection with land? We have, in the last 2 years, been strong advocates for a Rangers program in the Warrabinda community. And we have our head ranger here today, which I'm very proud we've got him on board. But our Rangers program was successful in funding, and that's resulted in employing 5 individual rangers in our community, made up of male and female. There's so much more depth to this particular topic in its own, but you've got to narrow it down to the 15, 16-minute interval. So, but what it's done, it has seen all traditional owners of the lands on which our community of Warrabinda and surrounding properties are situated. So this has included 3 traditional owner groups that historically have not met and had outcomes that are conducive for the greater good of our community. But we have our Gungaloo people, we have our Wadja people, and we have our BKY individuals and our Yidamala peoples, who have all played a part in establishing a project reference group to govern our community and how we move forward. So it's established a healthy country plan that will govern our community on looking after country from the present day and into the distant future. More than that, it's a catalyst and example of collective leadership that will guide our community into the future. And I'll just share the aspirational statement of our healthy country plan, and that is, Warrabinda people together will heal. Preserve and beautify country, paying our respects to the foundations left by our ancestors, enabling a strong, vibrant, prosperous, and healthy future for our people, our culture, and for our country. This next particular statement is meant to be thought-provoking, but it's something, again, with that innate sense of connectedness to land. This particular statement, I think, can be observed and comprehended in many different ways. But just because we don't hear, it doesn't mean the land does not speak. And I can give an analogy of this. Through our Rangers program, we've had and hosted traditional fire burning workshops. And for some of you, it might be hard to comprehend what I'm trying to say here, but I'll say it anyway because it had significant impact on the group collectively on that day and a few days that he was there. But we had a facilitator that highlighted his depth of experience in being able to read the land. A site visit to a particular parcel of land we had on the day, we observed a variety of trees and plants that are endemic to that part of the country. He had explained a further dichotomy of country when we talk about species of trees and plants. He illustrated that we can be on the same parcel of land, but have a variety of different trees and plants that exist. Some trees and plants grow in higher density soil versus riverine and riparian country. He illustrated that through his talks, and he examined the soil and tells us what tree belongs to each country based on soil properties, the location and density of a certain species, based on the size of the tree itself that were there, the age and the new growth, and what species and tree and plant belongs to a certain country. And I guess what was poignant with this was that it highlighted for a long time cultural and traditional fire burning practices have been absent, but they were given to us and they were our practices, Aboriginal people. And what it did was it moderated and kept a healthy existence on any given country. It also highlights that the innate understanding of country and how we broadly, as humans and other species of flora and fauna, connect with land. It also profoundly illustrates that the answers are in the land. For some of us, we have lost the ability to read, or it has become dormant, and to also understand the land. And I guess some of the attributing factors for that loss is, as Aniniki also mentioned this morning, was that our connections to the land was broken historically by government policy and forcibly removing people from country. Settlements like Warrabinda could not practice their culture. Thus, that synergy with land was broken. But with this limited ability and skill, again, seems really good that Aniniki said what she said, but you can't deny that these things aren't lost. They aren't lost to us. And through our Rangers program, there's a reawakening in our community. And our reinvigorated approach for our community, through our recently funded Rangers program and long-term aspirations of our community, is to fulfill both our cultural obligations and statutory responsibility with environmental management and sustainable practices. Which leads me to my last point, and hopefully I'm good for time, is our approach and our legacy. So what we choose to do today and what we leave for tomorrow. And I'm drawn to a lot of frameworks. I think, again, we haven't existed on this land and on this existence 10 years ago. Work's been done. So precedences have been set. Sometimes it's about picking up things that were done well and doing it again. But a framework that I apply myself to and our council and our community is collective leadership. If I take a retrospective view at our community of Warrabinda, we have always led, and leadership of every day and term of council has always led with best intentions. But what we haven't done was led collectively. So we've been in our individual lanes, pushing for change, and we've lost a lot of skills. So these particular frameworks around collective leadership, I think, should apply to everything we do and our transaction in the future. And collective leadership is about bringing everybody together. It breaks down the silo approach. So there's a knowledge and sharing and cooperation across the organisation, and it increases the capacity of each individual. Collective leadership promotes faster acceptance and implementation of change and innovation. Due to the dissolution of power structures and bureaucracies which often obstruct progress, if we come together as a group and everybody is heard, there's no one person leading. It results in better decisions. From diverse perspectives and open feedback, it creates ideas and direction collectively. It increases self-direction and motivation. With collective leadership, team members are able to generate their own solutions to a problem. And responding to their own internal drivers, interests, desires, and motivations, they are more likely to work towards and sustain change than those who are externally motivated. It's a shared responsibility. Again, historically and traditional models of leadership is we have hierarchy leading, and they're frustrated because everything's on their shoulders. And then you have the other sector of our community who feel underutilized and undervalued. And there needs to be that common ground where we bring people together for a shared responsibility. It results in a greater utilization of potential. Collective leadership allows people to contribute fully based on their unique strengths and talents, and to develop new knowledge and skills and expertise. Higher levels of commitment and engagement. People have a sense of ownership of the goals and they help create them, so they are much more invested in seeing them come to life. It results in superior productivity and performance. So people are mostly motivated and productive when they feel trusted and make decisions and develop solutions. Obviously, inclusion and sustainability of results and success. When everything depends on one person, the outcomes are limited. Through collective leadership, the knowledge, responsibility, and motivation is contributed by all. My next point is about managing, collating, and interpreting data, or data sovereignty as I refer to it. All participants in change and reform. And this is us as community people, this is us as government individuals and different organisations here today, a collective here today. All participants in change reform need to come from an informed platform. Transactional business through our advocacy and government needs to be driven by data. Historically, our community has had expectant policy placed upon us and said this will fix your social problems. When we see data in its rawest form, it allows us to set the narrative and interpret that data to say this is why this data is saying it, rather than a predetermined lens or framework placed upon it to say this is why Indigenous people are the way they are. I know through our Ranger program, we used a few very strong phrases in that we're tired of being participants. We want to lead the narrative for the discussion now. But data can be both qualitative and quantitative. And when data is used to inform social policy and processes, then all parties need to be recipients of the raw data, again, to interpret it and to narrate it. But if this process is overlooked, then the data becomes sterile and interrupted for a set audience and only for a set audience or group of people. So with the data sovereignty, we need to use data to inform long-term planning for communities. And for that to happen, collectively, what is yours is ours. And that data drives our agenda and our movement. I guess I'll sum up on 2 points, and that is cultural wisdom, industry trends, and science, and how they all play a role together. Ultimately, if we embrace the cultural wisdom and stewardship of our traditional lands and their respective practices, and we share the science and industry trends and practices with all levels of persons, both government, community, and organisations, I believe we can secure an economic and environmentally sustainable future. Whilst they have highlighted issues relative to our community of Kurpershoek, I leave you with the following question. Whether it is Warrabinda or other rural small towns in our region, how do we position our communities in the region of today for the future of our children and their respective children? At a time when they will experience depleting natural resources and encounter the slippery slope of regret. When we face economic downturn, how do we ensure that no community is left behind? And more importantly, how do we ensure this together? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. That was a very, very powerful and heartfelt story. Just ensuring our online participants can see what's going on. Our next speaker today is Joe Craggs. Joe holds the role of Business Development Manager at Surf Lakes, but was born and raised in the UK with a background in sales and marketing. Joe worked in the energy, banking and retail sectors in the UK before joining and then running Mediator, a sales promotion agency in London. About 20 years ago, he saw the light, or perhaps felt the warmth, and emigrated to Australia and has called CQ home since 2002. He's built a strong reputation across a range of portfolios such as tourism and events, construction, and in the agriculture industry. He's a passionate advocate of Central Queensland. And I can honestly say that Joe's been doing a little bit of work with FBA over the last couple of months. And when he's coming through our office, his warm enthusiasm and genuineness has really added an energy to our office. He's going to be speaking again about the people drivers, and he's really going to bring us perspective of not only the key regional influences, but also global trends that will influence and drive sustainability, and as we try to achieve balance in our future. So I welcome Joe.
Thank you, Dan, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an honour to be here in this room with so many people from the region, so many different groups and cultures represented. And I'm just looking forward to sharing a little bit of my story and I guess my journey to Central Queensland and a part of what I see the region is going through. The drivers themselves we're going to come on to later today and talk about this afternoon. But I'll move on just to chat a little bit about my life on our planet and a little bit of a story to set the scene of some of the challenges and opportunities that I think we have. So I take you back a few years. I was born in London in 1965. That makes me, I think, the first of Generation X, apparently, as things evolve. But it was also the year that a young David Attenborough became the controller of BBC Two, a new television station. And one of the first series that he produced was a landmark show called The Ascent of Man, and something that we'll come back to in a while. I grew up in England around nature. I lived on a beautiful property around cows and sheep, and was playing in streams and enjoying woodlands and fresh cut hay. And those are the things that I remember as a child. Food was always a high point for us as a family. And at that time when I was growing up, food was seasonal. And, you know, I developed a love for the great outdoors, for weather and for water. So I actually came to Central Queensland for the rain. It's a beautiful day to be here today. As I entered the 90s, educated, privileged, but inquisitive, I developed a following and started following the commercial trends of mobile technology, electronic banking, consumer marketing. I learned how to understand these trends and how to read people, how to understand languages, how to understand different value sets. But I was also a consumer and I was a capitalist at heart, just occasionally escaping to Mother Nature to be reminded of its power and the energy and its authenticity. In 2003, I moved to Australia with my beautiful wife from Central Queensland, and we came to Central Queensland. I gave up London and Europe's clamouring for progress, for something different, for a sea change, a tree change, an opportunity to be in a beautiful part of the world and actually touch nature and our culture a little bit more deeply. And as I arrived here, I was looking at the opportunities of solar power and wind power and different opportunities, and found myself ending up in construction and actually building sustainable homes and sustainable projects in this region. But eventually I moved into horticulture with my family's farm and business, and then remained in horticulture and the pineapple industry for some 11 or 12 years. In horticulture, I learned a lot about resilience, the resilience of farmers and farming. And by becoming familiar with the life cycle of a pineapple in central Queensland, I discovered that it's an enduring 2-year life of drought, flood, cyclone, but otherwise beautiful days, all for one piece of fruit. It's a journey that many of us struggle with, but it's an example of nature's ability to withstand so much in order to reproduce, to survive. Today, I'm blessed with a background in multiple cultures, professions, and experiences, and fortunate enough to still live in central Queensland at a time when we all can and we all need to take a note of our world and to do something to influence a brighter future. We're here today to look at the facts available to us and to interpret them in a way that adds intelligence and then wisdom, because this is our time on earth and it's our opportunity to make a difference. As Josh said, the land is speaking and we must hear it. It's one too far. So recently I had the opportunity to hear from the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister. And it's important to see and hear who are the influences around us. And what I heard the Prime Minister say about our region is this is the resources region of Australia with a bloody good beef show. What I also heard was that for the government currently, it's all about strength first and change later. And it's also about not changing the economic model that is working well, but supporting and nurturing the industries that are balancing the budget. It's also about funding future technologies to replace industries at an appropriate time. So the vision is there, but it's based from a strong economic base. It's about leading from economic strength over environmental necessity, something that I think we'll all be challenging over the course of the next 2 days. When I first became exposed to FBA over the last few years, I never really understood what it was that they did. I was involved in a few projects on farms and always thought that they were a very wholesome organisation and a critical part of the community. But when I had the opportunity to participate in a forum in October last year, it was amazing to see some of the different regional activities that the FBA supports and also be part of the different activities that are going on in this community. So the event back in October was put together by Capricorn Enterprise, a wonderful local entity that is championing economic development and tourism. And that event, the Major Projects Forum, brought together the Queensland Resources Council and demonstrated all of the different mining and resources businesses and mines and sites that are around this region. And it's a formidable part of our community and industry, and one of the key drivers in terms of the things that we do. It also demonstrated Eureka, part of Energy Queensland, and the amazing electronic superhighway of vehicle charging stations, which is running straight through central Queensland and our region, and very much part of the future. Stanwell Corporation were there talking about not only the legacy of their current facility, but all of the future development with their future hydrogen plant and activity around the Gladstone region. Energy Estate and the Moa Creek project, which is just outside of Rockhampton, with their future solar, wind and battery facilities, is another critical piece of infrastructure and part of the environmental future and energy generation in this region. And then the Australia-Singapore Military Training Initiative in Shoalwater Bay, some of the representations from the construction of that region showed us how much investment and activity is going on in a beautiful area, but economic development within this region that is something to be aware of. We heard from Goldwyn Australia, the Clark Creek wind farm project, which is continuing to evolve in this region, and also from ourselves at Surf Lakes, offering a little bit of light-hearted reflection, but also, again, engineering development that is a key part of this region. There was also Sun Water and the Rookwood Weir project that demonstrated some of the critical infrastructure being installed in the region to give us water security, and then to look at some of the benefits flowing from that in the future. And finally, we heard from Interport Global, the final connection of inland rail that hopefully will link Toowoomba to Gladstone and provide an incredible connection and economic boost to the region in the future. I was blown away by all of these projects. The diversity of commercial enterprise, of energy, of resources that supported what I already knew in terms of agriculture and horticulture and everything that happens in this region. And it demonstrated to me how important a position someone like FBA holds in this region. Our region is vast, it is complex, it's abundant and diverse, and it's an economic powerhouse, as demonstrated by what the Prime Minister said. It's fueling the livelihood of the nation, and it's demonstrating that the team with the greatest opportunity to make a difference are present here in terms of the businesses and some of the people and the cultures here in this room today. And what it demonstrates to us is that we are the representative custodians of this whole region, and we have the opportunity over the next couple of days to really make a difference. So, having been inspired by FBA, in terms of setting the scene for today, I took a little bit of inspiration from another great leader for me and someone that has inspired me over the years and continued to inspire me in recent times. And I want to talk a little bit about Sir David Attenborough and some of the things that he shared and evolved as a story over his lifetime. And I want to talk about our greatest opportunity. So David was born in another time, a few years before me, one that the geologists called the Holocene. And now we live in a new geological period, named in 2016 as the Anthropocene. And this period started around the 1950s. And it follows the tradition of dividing Earth's history to periods defined by unique characteristics of the rocks from that particular age. If we think about rocks forming from today, they will contain fewer species than preceding periods. But they'll also contain completely new markers, fragments of plastics, traces of plutonium, and a worldwide distribution of the bones of domesticated chickens. The geologists suggested that this period be called the Anthropocene, since it is the human species more than any other that is determining its character. We, the humans, have become a global force with such power that we are affecting the entire planet. So the question is the Anthropocene the beginning, or is it the end? The Anthropocene, in fact, could prove to be a uniquely brief period in geological history that ends in the ultimate disappearance of the human civilization. But it need not be so. This period could yet mark the beginning of a new sustainable relationship between ourselves and the planet. a time when we learn how to work with nature rather than against it, a time in which there would no longer be any great distinction between natural and managed, for we will become the attentive stewards of the entire earth, calling upon nature's extraordinary resilience to help us bring its biodiversity back from the brink. But it's up to us. We are ingenious, yet we are quarrelsome, with our history dominated by stories of war, struggles, and dominance between nations. We cannot continue this way. The dangers to the earth are global and can only be dealt with if we overcome national differences and unite to react regionally and then globally. So what precedents do we have to demonstrate the change or the potential change that we seek? It's been proven time and time again that when we collaborate, we evolve. And Josh said this very clearly. We have to work together across all areas. It is critical for us to do this. Back in 1986, the whaling nations of the world got together and agreed that the slaughter of whales of all kinds had to end to prevent their total extermination. The decision was by no means unanimous, and the arguments continue today. However, in 1994, 50 million square kilometres of the Southern Ocean were declared an international whale sanctuary. Whales have increased to numbers that have not been seen in our living memory. An important and influential factor in the complex workings of the ocean, the whales, has been restored to something like its proper position. And we can see this today in central Queensland. In the 20 years that I've lived here, the whale population appears to increase every single year to the extent that it now sustains a number of whale watching and tourism businesses in Keppel Bay. It is within our power to come together internationally and regionally if we want to. And we now have to make agreements that apply to the whole of the natural world. And we have to understand and address global warming at the same time as protecting the biodiversity on which the whole interconnecting web of life depends. Today, it's within our power to come together regionally, to collaborate, so that we can continue to evolve. So what is the future of humanity? Well, we often talk about saving the planet, but in truth, what we must do is all of these things to save ourselves. With or without us, the world will return. And evidence of this is no more dramatic than the reclamation of Pripyat. You'll remember some 36 years ago, the tragic Chernobyl nuclear explosion and the destruction of the region that followed. However, in the years that that city has been abandoned and left to nature, the forest has taken over. The deserted city has sprung shrubs. They've broken up the concrete. Ivy has pulled apart the bricks. The gardens, parks and avenues are now shaded by the canopies of oaks, pine trees, maples, 6 meters tall. Beneath, there's a strange understory of unkempt ornamental roses and fruit trees. The wild has reclaimed its territory. The area has now been designated a sanctuary for animals that are rare elsewhere. And there's a thriving population of fox, elk, deer, wild boar, bison, brown bears, raccoons, even wolves, safe from hunters' guns. It seems that however grave our mistakes, nature will be able to overcome them if given a chance. So, who are we? Homo sapiens means the wise human being. The living world has survived mass extinction several times before. We cannot assume that we will do the same. We have come as far as we have because we are the cleverest creatures that has ever lived on Earth. But if we're to continue to exist, we require more than intelligence. We require wisdom. The wise human being must now learn from its mistakes and live up to its name. We who are alive today have the formidable task of making sure that our species does so. Above all the facts, the data, the tools, the thoughts, the ideas of billions of remarkable minds, and the immeasurable energies of nature to help us in our work, we have the ability, perhaps unique among living creatures on the planet, to imagine a future and work towards achieving it. Today and tomorrow, we must be wise, imaginative, and above all, we must work together to shape the environment of the future. I wish you all an excellent day and a forum together. Thank you.
Wow, thanks to both Josh and Joe for setting up a wonderful 2 days. Before we take a short break, our next speaker is the person who's really got us here all together. Jo Kurpershoek is the Regional Engagement Coordinator at FBA, but so much more. She has a passion for doing better by planet and people, and she's made that the focus of her career. A Bachelor of Applied Science in Parks, Recreation and Heritage, and a grad cert in brain-based education, which gives her unique insights into how best to facilitate change. Jo was charged with coordinating and delivering the 4th revision of the Central Queensland Sustainability Strategy, or CQSS 2030. And the result has been an in-depth analysis of global, national, state and local perspectives and priorities. With over 15 years experience working in public, private and not-for-profit organisations, in community engagement and capacity building, Jo brings to FBA and initiates and facilitates collective action right across our Fitzroy region, enabling more to be done with less. To introduce the CQSS 2030, I'd like to welcome Jo to the stage.
Firstly, thank you all for being here. I'd like to pay my respects particularly to the elders here in the room today and those that have walked and cared for country before and beside you and those who are yet to come. I am very conscious of the significant challenges that we all face, and as Josh and Jo have pointed out, that we share a responsibility, every single one of us in this room, to do better for tomorrow. I'm aware also that we are running a little over time, so I'm going to do my best to make some up so you can still enjoy a 15-20 minute break. And I will apologise for my voice in advance if it crackles and pops. I've got a vocal cord that doesn't quite work, so part of that is just going to have to bear with it. I'd really like to iterate some of the points that Jo and Josh made, and I do invite you to approach this afternoon and tomorrow with a sense of curiosity and gratitude, and also deep respect for each of the knowledges and wisdoms that we have in the room. Everybody comes from a different background. Everybody's knowledge and experience is both necessary and valuable to what comes after. Whoop, I will go back. So while you may see, that's better, I might stand on the side. While you see 2 logos before you, I'd like to start by pointing out that FBA does not own the CQSS. We're not responsible for implementing it, achieving it, or monitoring it. I guess you could say we are caretakers of it. We are contracted by the Australian government to regularly review and update it with the communities right across our region. And it's up to all of us to own and take it forward. Where it is today, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it is one point in time, and I look forward to working with all of you to continue it into the future. So I guess FBA and the CQSS, and I believe, I may be wrong, but I doubt it, every single one of you is here for pretty much the same reason. We're here to help shape a better future. What are you laughing at, Pam? We're also here to help create a healthy future and also leave something behind that's better for tomorrow. In a nutshell, this is what the CQSS is about. It's meant to serve as a guiding document for everybody that lives, works, plays, or even studies, or have an interest in our region. Which, as we know, has a lot of challenges that it faces. We have extractive industries, we have uses of resources that are counterintuitive to conservation. We know that and recognise it. So I guess the challenge for us all is finding ways to manage those conflicting needs and interests and find answers to problems together. Can all of you read that up the back? I know there's some small text. I'm just trying to make up time, so I won't read it out. And we will make all the PowerPoints available for each of you at the end of today. We also face a very variable climate, which, as we know, is changing and becoming more extreme and throwing other challenges in the mix. So I guess you could say that achieving positive change for people and environment is a very wicked problem. It's complex, it's dynamic, and I'll leave you find the words. We're trying to find the surest path forward for a future we don't yet know, and it's in a world that's becoming increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. All the changes are quickening, and that makes it a very difficult space for all of us to work in. It also throws up some practical challenges, like how do you bring NRM planning into everyday consciousness? How do you bring the environment and care for country into the minds and hearts of every person? How do you get enough people to care? We know full well that life is busy and that there are lots of conflicting messages out there, and that the social algorithms that are governing our social media are feeding people more of the same rather than diversity. Which leads to the last question of how do you leverage a plan that usually sits on the shelf, now on the website, to create meaningful, positive and lasting change? Particularly when you've got a lot of this going on. A lot of people are too busy trying to survive to make the next bills paid. I like quotes as well. I'm glad a few others have used them. Part of the answer lies in the second part of this quote, insofar as don't ever underestimate the power of what you've learned today. Most of us won't see what our actions and words bring for tomorrow, but they are important nonetheless. And I guess too, what has guided this review in particular of the CQSS is that the collaborations and the actions and the conversations through the planning process have become and must remain more important than the plan and the outcome itself. So that's part of the reason why I'm particularly impressed to see everyone here today, and I really look forward to hearing what you have to share tomorrow. And I guess too, a reminder to self as well as everyone else, for those of us who are in a hurry to get somewhere, particularly white fellas, success is the journey, it's not the destination. So before we move on to the other speakers today who explore in more depth some of the natural assets, I just wanted to share with you a brief overview of how the CQSS came to be about. That, of course, is a Central Queensland Sustainability Strategy, where it came from and what we've experienced and how we've managed it over the last few years. So as you can see there, there's a blank space pre-1970s. That's not to say that land management wasn't happening. There's no records that we're aware of or that we have access to, and we're all acutely aware of Australia's history and what's happened in the past. So I guess the current version had its beginnings in the 70s when whitefellas started worrying about the water hyacinth going down the Fitzroy River and the quality of their drinking water. Since then, there have been 3 plans, and we are now in the 4th iteration of it. I have not been involved with the last 3, but certainly the 2021 version. And I think there's only a couple of people in the room here today that were involved in the 2004 and maybe 2014 version. The last iteration was meant to provide, I guess, a blueprint for how we could work together, bringing science and knowledge together, providing a strategic direction for research and practice change, encouraging everyone to work together, but also to connect people to the most current and recent initiatives. It still does that. We haven't changed in the focus of what the CQSS is meant to be. It still is a long-term strategy for our region. It's still a website, although we now can download it and give you printable copies. So if there is anyone who'd like any of those, please do jot your name and what you'd like to see down at where you signed in, and we'll make sure we get those copies to you. It's also a repository for best practice, and it still provides that interplay between high-level documents at state, federal and international level, and those things that are going on at a regional level. I guess in a nutshell of what it contains, it outlines what's required to sustain the natural systems, and as we've pointed out, they are centred around 6 natural assets or focus areas, and I know that's not the way everybody relates to and understands country. I like to think of it as me as a white dollar. I need to break it down and make it a bit simple because I just can't conceive about it any other way. But importantly, this year, it also involves, as Dan mentioned, the drivers, which is people and climate. And we've actually suggested some targets for those, which you can read up on the back wall. What have we got here? So when you go onto the website, if you want to look at it, I encourage you to all have a play this afternoon. We have had some technical difficulties, but I believe Johanna's done an amazing job of getting it back online for everyone today. You can explore the global strategies and policies that this plan contributes to and is guided by, also at the national and state level. But most importantly, if you see the dark blue on your left there, what is important and valuable? What are we trying to protect at a regional level? It also provides a common platform for individuals, families, businesses and organisations to learn and share. So we have made a big effort to make this a resource that can be accessed by anybody to share what's being done. So if you're involved in projects, whether it be community, organisational, there is a platform there for you to share those stories and make your work known. It also provides a place for you to have a say. So there are 2 surveys, which we have not pushed yet, but will do, where you can report your concerns, what you see as a threat to your country, to your region, and what you're doing to protect it. It also provides some background information. So for those of us out there who are starting our journey on understanding what are natural assets, what's the environment, how does it work, we've pulled together what we think are really good resources, and we welcome suggestions to any others. So for each of the natural assets, but also people and cultural protocols, Hayley's been instrumental in helping us pull together a list to direct people to so they can learn more. So how did it come to be? There was a lot of information, a lot of conversations, and over 2 years, I think my brain is now full. I'm hoping I can expand that and make space for what happens tomorrow. We did run, despite the global pandemic, an online survey, and we had over 1,200 responses, which, while just a fraction of our regional community, we did manage to reach geographically everywhere across. So the darker the colour there that you can see on screen is a higher percentage of the population providing their input and insights and their aspirations for the region. It was the first that I'm aware of its kind that information from our community. We also conducted 5 internal and 2 contracted desktop reviews. So for those of you who hate spreadsheets, it would have been a nightmare because there was a lot of that and a lot of that and even more of that, but also some boring reports. Boring but necessary. So this was to pull together and make sure that we have researched and have accounted for, as well as can be done with limited time and people, all the different policies, strategies, plans, recovery plans, and local government documents. So I think in that first spreadsheet, we pulled over 350 at both global, national and state level. I think that's now up to about 500. And also looking at the newest listings for threatened species for our region. Unfortunately, that is not reducing, it is growing. And we also had someone independent to FBA have a look at the information we pulled together and suggest a very independent take on the targets that we proposed. We also held a forum much like this one last year. It was based on Western science. I recognise there's a number of you in the room today that were there last year. It was a lot of this. Lots of computers and sitting around talking. But from that, and we do have this available on the new website, was a summary document that did its best to pull together the common threads that were spoken about throughout the 2 days that we were together, and make some key recommendations, outline some key challenges and gaps and some opportunities. We also put out an invite to all 16 First Nations groups across the region and all 12 councils in the region. During the time we had available, and unfortunately with COVID, we weren't able to meet with everybody. But this work continues. So I know that Hayley is continuing making arrangements with a number of you in the room to continue those conversations, which we're looking forward to. And for the first time, we've been able to share First Nations, I guess, aspirations for country through the website. So through this symbol on the About page, you are actually able to go and read what each First Nation is wanting for country and who to contact and what you can work together with them on. There are a number of you in the room. We're in the process of finalising those and getting them up live. So post all that, Hannah, who's sitting over to the left there smiling, I think she has post-traumatic stress disorder from this 2 weeks. We spent holed up in a room trying to just, I guess, digest and distill everything. You can imagine that's a lot of information to wrap your head around and try and bring into something that is digestible when people don't have a lot of time to read and think about it. So we did end up with the all wall. There were a lot of common themes and messages coming from all diverse backgrounds and ways of knowing. There were a lot of post-it notes. There'll be more today and tomorrow. And we decorated a room, basically. And that is the culmination of what you see there is actually up on that wall. And I'd like to point out, it's just a point in time. It's not finished. It's an ongoing conversation. The website itself, we heard overwhelming feedback from the region that they would like something that is relevant and inclusive. As far as aspirations for the region go, there was an overwhelming message that they want all the natural areas and assets to be better maintained and improved, or there to be better management and monitoring, and for the information to be accessible. So that has been the key goal of the website update. And so now we have a website that allows us to share our stories, as I mentioned before. You can also share photos for those of you who don't get out on country very often or who would like to take a photo tour of the region. We recently ran a photo competition and there were some amazing pictures. with stories from members of the public about why they love our region and why they want to protect it. You can also promote your organisation and what you're doing as a connect page there, so people who are looking to find out more or get in contact can find you. As I mentioned earlier, provide your feedback or email us directly, and we hope report back to our region on asset condition and trends. Currently, that's an emoji face. We hope to have something a little more robust than that. And I guess that's part of why you're all here today, is to explore what may be possible in the coming years. What information might we be willing to share and collate to be able to report back to our region and the funders, how are we actually doing? There are a couple of examples, and I'm sure you'll hear about one of them today through Leigh Stitz's presentation. The Waterway Report Card, which I'm sure many of you are aware of. Also GHHP, I know they have some cultural indicators that they've already included in their waterway reporting, or their marine harbour reporting. And Shannon, who's sitting down the front here, will be able to tell you a little more during the breaks about the Ramsar reporting tool, so an international wetland of significance. I think that is more than enough of a croaky voice, so I'm going to leave it there. How are we going for time? Have we made it up? Spot on. Thank you.
Right, so our next speaker today is Don Neale, who's the science leader for air quality monitoring at the Department of Environment and Science. With a doctorate in chemistry from the University of Queensland, Don has worked in the air quality field since 1990. He's a science leader, as I said, at the air quality monitoring team in Queensland Department of Environment and Science. And he's going to explain to us what air quality data is collected by DES, where the data can be found, and how it relates to the National Pollutant Inventory Industry air emissions data, and how these data sources relate to the targets set for air under the Central Queensland Sustainability Strategy. Now, through the magic of television, Don is joining us online. And I believe, Don, that we'll be able to hear you here in the room, but we'll be seeing your slides, and I'm happy to progress them as we need. I will simply change over the microphone. And if you'd like to begin, I think we've got you in the room.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry, Don, hang on a second. All right, let's try that again.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. In terms of my talk, I thought I would just progress through the targets as they were listed. So I will give an overview of the existing air monitoring conducted by the department, move into the proposed expansion of our network, and then finish off with some comments on the greenhouse gas inventory. So our existing monitoring network, the purpose of it is a number of purposes, to determine compliance with ambient air quality guidelines. So they might be guidelines expressed in the ambient National Environment Protection Measure for ambient air quality, or the Queensland Environment Protection Policy for air, to identify trends in air quality over time, to assess the effectiveness of any management strategies that are put in place to maintain or improve air quality, and where necessary to investigate local air quality issues. So our current network, the general locations are shown in the map to the right. We currently have 39 stations. That includes a number of industry operated sites that report to DES. Our largest network is in southeast Queensland, followed by Gladstone, where there's a number of industry facilities. We have 5 monitoring stations in Central Queensland coalfield communities. Department has 1 monitoring station in Townsville, and there are 3 other industry monitoring sites, 2 industry monitoring sites in southwest Queensland, and then single sites in Ayr, Mackay, Mount Isa and Toowoomba. And as I mentioned, some of them are shorter term investigation sites. So one of these is Bluff, which our departmental compliance area have asked us, my area, to put in place to investigate impacts from the nearby coal mine. If we move to the next slide. Somebody can move it on, please. Sorry. So in terms of the pollutants monitored on the in the network, these are primarily what we call criteria air pollutants. So those are air pollutants that are generally recognised as the indicators of air quality. These are the ones that are reported or defined in the National Environment Protection Measure for ambient air quality. These include pollutants like ozone, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particles. With particles, we measure several size fractions. So PM2.5 are those particles that are less than 2.5 micrometers in size, PM10 less than 10 micrometers. Depending on the location and the emissions in the area, we may measure other pollutants such as visibility reduction, metals, organic compounds. And if there's a nuisance dust issue, we may measure deposited dust levels. At most of our stations, we also measure a range of meteorological parameters, particularly wind speed and wind direction, to give us an idea of sources that may be contributing to air quality at the station. Other parameters might be temperature, humidity, rainfall. And the suite of pollutants we measure at any particular site is based on local emission sources and what we might expect to be the major pollutants present in the air. If we move on to the next one. In terms of where you can access data from the existing network, one source is our real-time air quality webpage. This gives you current information from the network. It's updated hourly. The values in the table are colour-coded against a guideline, so it provides a quick reference as to how they compare, current levels compare against guidelines. We have separate tabs for criteria pollutants, for organic compounds, metals, particle sensors, and meteorology. From the tables on the first page, the landing page, you can drill down to view historical data. So the example on the right is if you click on the value for the Gladstone Targhini PM2.5 reading, you'll get a couple of graphs showing the variation in levels over the last 24 hours. From that page, you can also look at the last week, last month, last year, or you can look at particular dates that you're interested in. The site does have limited data download functionality. We recognise that it could be improved significantly, the data download, and that's something which is on the books to do down the track. And the last thing about this site is that the data that gets uploaded on the hour only undergoes a preliminary check and so when we go through our full data validation process, we subsequently upload validated data to overwrite the original data. And when you look at the table or the graphs, there's a flag that tells you whether you're looking at unvalidated or validated data. Next slide, please. Another source of data are our monthly air quality bulletins. The website's there. We produce bulletins for 3 broad regions across Queensland: South East Queensland, Central Queensland, North Queensland. The monthly bulletins provide information largely on maximum daily concentrations measured at stations in the regions and provide an explanation for the cause of any exceedances of EPP air objectives, and the bulletins are prepared following the full data validation process. So there's a time lag between when the measurements are taken and when the bulletins are available. And then finally, probably of most use for assessing compliance with the targets is our open data files. So these are calendar year hourly average data files uploaded to the Queensland Government Open Data Portal. They're available in comma separated text format. We provide two broad data sets. We provide the information on a site basis, so you can look at all the parameters measured at a particular site, or you can also available on a parameter basis. So if you're interested in a particular pollutant, you can go to the parameter file and that will show you the readings for that pollutant from all the sites across Queensland where that parameter is measured. And we currently have data available for the years from 2009, with last year to be uploaded by June. Next one, please. When it comes to the National Pollutant Inventory, this is a national database of emissions from industry facilities and diffuse sources. It details releases to air, water and land, and also any wastes that are transported off-site for treatment and disposal. Includes information on 93 substances, and the reported values can be either based on measured values or calculated values. And whether an industry needs to report to the MPI is determined based on either the amount of a particular substance that they use in the year, or the amount of fuel that they combust or that they burn in a year. And reports have been available since the 1998-99 year. And for the last reporting year, there was about 4,400 facilities across Australia that reported. You can access the data from either the MPI website or the Australian Government Open Data Portal. One thing to note about the National Pollutant Inventory data is that it's just a total annual emissions from the facility, and variations from year to year may not directly correlate with changes in ambient air quality, because ambient air quality concentrations will depend on other factors, such as like the release conditions for the emissions. So the profile, whether the emissions are continuous over time or whether they vary time of day, day of the week, the height at which the release occurs, the temperature, whether there's any pollution control measures in place, and also the meteorology. So the MPI data, in summary, the MPI data can provide you with a measure of performance of a particular facility, but it may not give you a very accurate measure of the exposure that results from, or the change in exposure that results from those emissions. Next slide, please. When we come to the expansion of the network that's currently underway, the department received funding to expand the network following the severe bushfires in 2019. And so the expansion has a focus on measurement of smoke exposure from bushfires. The aim is to measure PM2.5 in communities with greater than 3,000 population. So this is around about an extra 60 locations throughout Queensland. The expansion is combining, is a combination of what I'm calling reference instruments. So these are instruments that can measure PM10 and PM2.5 in accordance with Australian standard methods. And so as well as those ones, also using some lower cost PM2.5 particle sensors. The reason for this is that for a conventional monitoring station, the price is something in the order of $150,000 to $200,000 to establish, and then you have to run it. And so we can't roll out those stations across the whole of Queensland. So we're looking to have a number of those in major population centres and then fill in other smaller communities with the lower cost sensors. And our rollout timeframe is the end of 2022. That may be a little optimistic with things that have happened in the last 2 years, but we'll try. In terms of the expansion in central Queensland, we're looking to establish a new monitoring station in Rockhampton. And for that station, in addition to particle monitoring, we're also looking to measure ozone and nitrogen oxides. As well as that monitoring station, we're looking to, we have already installed one PM2.5 particle sensor at Parkhurst that went in the second half of last year, and we're looking to have additional particle sensors in Gracemere, Uphood and Billawheeler. And next one. And so to finish up, in terms of the greenhouse gas inventory, currently the Commonwealth Government prepares state and territory greenhouse gas inventories. This is an overview of annual greenhouse gas emission estimates for each Australian state and territory. And the data comes from the annual national inventory reports submitted to the United Nations. In recent times, the Queensland Government has identified that the national inventory is not detailed enough to assess the impact of Queensland policies on emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a program underway to develop detailed greenhouse gas emissions modelling to underpin delivery of the Queensland Climate Action Plan. The modelling will present emission profiles at detailed sectoral, subsectoral and spatial levels. That's the intent. The first stage of modelling is to inform this year's climate change action report, with subsequent updated modelling to inform subsequent annual reports. So, so going forward, there should be additional information on greenhouse gases to use in relation to Target 3. And within DES, the lead for this project is the Climate Change and Sustainable Futures branch. And I think I'll leave it there and take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don. Is there any questions just quickly before we let Don go in the room or online? All good. As Joe hinted to earlier on, the selection of PowerPoints that you go through this afternoon will be made available and emailed out to everyone so that you'll have those links and websites and references, for example. I'd like to say a big thank you to Don. I know it's not easy to present from afar, but we really appreciate you taking the time this afternoon. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's right. Otherwise, we'll. All right, our next speaker is Craig Thornton, Senior Scientist at the Brigalow Catchment Study for Department of Environment and Science. Passionate about understanding the effects of land clearing and land use change on the natural resources of the Brigalow Belt bioregion. 20+ years of knowledge and experience guiding agricultural best management practice towards long-term sustainability. Craig's going to be presenting a snapshot of his work and research which has revealed about soil fertility in the Fitzroy region. Focusing on the natural driver of soil, Craig Thornton. Thanks, Craig.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Craig Thornton. It's my pleasure to talk to you today about the soil fertility of the Fitzroy Basin. I'd like to acknowledge Amanda Elledge, my co-author, who was with me in the room today, and the Queensland Government for funding the studies that I'm going to talk about.
You go, keep going.
So the Fitzroy Basin is located in the Brigalow Belt bioregion. The bioregion, shown in light grey, is an area of 37 million hectares. It's characterised by Acacia harpophylla or Brigalow. It's typically found on highly fertile cracking and non-cracking clay soils, inland from the coast on the 750 mil rainfall isoheight west to the 500 mil rainfall isoheight. The Fitzroy Basin was home to the Land Development Fitzroy Basin Scheme, which was the government-sponsored land clearing of 4.5 million hectares of land for agriculture in 1965. At the commencement of that scheme, it was understood that there will be major changes to hydrology and soil fertility within the landscape. So the Brigalow catchment study commenced at the same time to try and monitor the level of change associated with the scheme. The scheme area itself was shown in the dark grey. The Brigalow catchment study location is the red star, and the photo is the native virgin Brigalow communities of the bioregion pre-clearing. So this is what land clearing in the Fitzroy Basin looked like. Brigalow scrub was typically pulled by bulldozers joined with cables and chains. This is a pulling chain in action. In this instance, it's a pulling chain with a cable using an extra ball for weight to crush vegetation down. And in some instances, trees were simply driven over by the likes of a Leigh tree crusher. And with the Brigalow gone, cropping and grazing commenced. There are primary agricultural land uses in the Fitzroy Basin today. So what are the impacts of land use change on soil fertility? Our key finding is there are significantly different soil nutrient dynamics depending on the land use in question and where you are in the basin. So this is the Brigalow catchment study today. It's a paired catchment study. It monitors soil fertility from the land uses of virgin Brigalow scrub, from cropping and from grazing. This study gives us the best understanding of changes in soil fertility as a result of land clearing and land use change in the Fitzroy Basin. It monitors vertisols or clay soils and soda soils or duplex soils. So what has changed? So in the following series of figures, we'll always look at the Brigalow scrub in black, cropping in red and grazing in blue. If we consider soil organic carbon, we can see the black line, soil organic carbon in the Brigalow catchment. It's generally remained unchanged over time, and this is a time span of about 35 years in these slides. The red line shows that organic carbon in cropping has halved, while the blue line shows organic carbon in the pasture catchment has generally remained constant. However, organic carbon in the pasture catchment, only 60% of the carbon in that catchment in the soil is derived from the original big Brigalow vegetation. The remainder is derived from buffel grass, the replacement land use. So that suggests a poorly managed and overgrazed buffel grass pasture could in fact lead to up to a 40% decline in organic carbon under grazing. If we look at soil carbon fractions, this figure shows that under cropping, both the mineral associated and the particulate organic carbon fractions decline over time. Most interestingly, it also shows a decline of what is commonly termed the resistant organic carbon fraction. So that's the fraction that in models is considered to not decline over time. In contrast, under a grazed land use and an improved buffel grass pasture, there's no significant change in any of the soil carbon fractions over time. Focusing on soil nitrogen, the black line shows total nitrogen in the Brigalow catchment, which has remained unchanged. The red line shows total nitrogen in our cropping catchment. It's more than halved, but with the planting of leguminous crops and extreme rainfall around 2011, the decline trend may be reversing as indicated by the last data point. The blue line shows that total nitrogen in the pasture catchment is nearly halved, and in the absence of a legume in the pasture, continues to decline. If we focus on soil mineral nitrogen, we can see that immediately post-burning, ammonium nitrogen increased by a factor of 9, but declined back to pre-burning conditions within 1 year. Nitrate nitrogen also spiked post-burning, increasing by a factor of 7.5. Elevated nitrate nitrogen was observed under cropping for at least 8 years, but only 2 years under pasture. If we focus on soil phosphorus, the black line shows total phosphorus in the Brigalow catchment. It appears to have increased in the second half of the monitoring period. This is likely due to vegetation-induced nutrient cycling within the soil profile in response to extreme rainfall. Total phosphorus increased in catchments 2 and 3, our agricultural catchments, immediately post-burning as a result of nutrient release from plant material and deposition in ash on the soil surface. The red line shows total phosphorus in the cropping catchment decreased by 29% post-burning, while the blue line shows that total phosphorus in the pasture catchment decreased by 14%. If we consider soil available phosphorus, the black line shows bicarbonate extractable soil phosphorus in the Brigalow catchment, again has remained generally unchanged over time. The red and blue lines show substantial increases in available phosphorus after clearing and burning, available as a result of ash deposition on the soil surface once again. But from that point, available phosphorus in both catchments declines to less than pre-clearing conditions. If we look at acid extractable phosphorus, another way of measuring available phosphorus, we see exactly the same trends once again. If we look at exchangeable potassium, the black line in this instance shows exchangeable potassium in the Brigalow catchment. It has significantly fluctuated over time. Again, this is due to relationships between rainfall, soil profiles, vegetation, and cycling between them. The changes were loosely associated with a 5-year average of rainfall. Above average rainfall positions showed above average rainfall periods showed lower exchangeable potassium, below average rainfall periods, higher potassium. Exchangeable potassium increased by a factor of 1.7 associated with clearing and burning, before declining away to 65% of its pre-clearing condition under cropping and 70% of its pre-clearing condition under grazing. Now, this came as a shock to me, but apparently the Brigalow catchment study is not the centre of the universe. So how do the findings from Brigalow translate across our landscape in the Fitzroy Basin in space and time? One project that can help answer this is the 1969 fertility survey of the Dawson-Callide Valley areas. This study examined 100 sites on the Gilgoid clay, so the vertisol soils of the Highworth land system very soon after development. So this is the same land system as the Brigalow catchment study. No need to read these ugly, cumbersome tables. They're just there to give a bit of an indication of the size of some of the data sets that are available, but I'll summarise the trends. The findings of this study mirror that of the Brigalow catchment study soon after clearing. Land starts as virgin Brigalow, it's cleared, then cultivated, resulting in an immediate increase in pH, available phosphorus, available potassium, and a decrease in organic carbon and in clay content. This study also examined 50 sites on the retro-duplex soils of the Highworth, Thomby and Humboldt land systems. It found these soils highly variable, but typically much less productive than the Gilgoid clays, lower pH, lower available phosphorus, lower organic carbon, and lower clay content. A similar study examined 119 sites across about 600,000 hectares of basaltic clay soils comprising the Oxford and Waterford land systems. Similar to Brigalow, it concluded that organic carbon, total nitrogen, total phosphorus, total potassium, and total sulphur all decline when we change land use from our native pastures through to cropping. Another long-term experiment was the Billawilla tillage trial. It commenced in 1983 and ran for 27 years. This trial was conducted on an alluvial clay soil of the Crumbitt land system. The trial design is a classic white peg agronomy trial. It has 4 tillage treatments, 2 fertiliser treatments. Each of those are replicated 4 times. The key finding of this study is that zero till, also known as no till, stores more soil water than traditional tillage. However, more stored soil water does not necessarily translate into more crop growth and more grain yield, because soil nitrogen becomes limiting. Over 20 years, no-till out-yielded traditional till by 28% with zero fertiliser. However, this increased to 47% once nitrogen and zinc were added to the system. It also taught us that no-till is a long-term proposition. It requires in the order of 20 years of established land management practices to yield results. And we also learnt that long-term no-till, shown in solid black squares, it maintained or perhaps even increased soil organic carbon over time compared to traditional tillage, shown in hollow circles. In fact, once traditional tillage was replaced with a no-till agricultural system towards the end of the trial, soil organic carbon levels started to increase. Yet another longer-term experiment was the Mount Murchison Tillage and Crop Residue Management Trial. It commenced in 1978 and ran for 7 years. This trial was also conducted on a clay soil of the Highworth land system. Mount Murchison is another classic white peg agronomy trial. It has 3 tillage treatments, 2 stubble levels, and each of those are replicated 4 times with similar plot sizes to the Billawilla tillage trial. The key findings of this study were that zero till with stubble retained, again, stored most soil water. However, zero till with stubble removed had no surface roughness on the catchments themselves. The soil would have sealed quickly and it would have lost rainfall to runoff rather than infiltrating it into the soil profile. Zero till with stubble retained was also the only treatment which produced enough stubble or organic matter on the soil surface to provide protection from erosive rainfall, resulting in soil loss. Stubble retention consistently resulted in significantly higher yields. However, once again, yields were limited by insufficient soil nitrogen, and decreases in soil organic carbon with stubble retained were less than with stubble removed. And just like all the other studies that I've quickly talked about here that were conducted on vertisol soils, as the period of cropping increased, soil fertility decreased. Over 7 years, the Mount Murchison trial showed decreases in organic carbon, total nitrogen, nitrate nitrogen, total phosphorus, available phosphorus, and clay content. So in 15 minutes, where have we been today? We've looked at a large number of projects covering a large tract of some of the most productive agricultural soils of the Fitzroy Basin. They all tell us a very similar story. They provide multiple lines of evidence showing that soil fertility has decreased over time since land clearing. More importantly, what haven't we considered? There is a vast body of work that I have not even touched on. There's soil survey work, short-term research programs, there are DAF farming system study sites, there are non-government projects, there are many, many others. There is an absolute plethora of study sites in central Queensland that we can obtain data from. So where are we going to go tomorrow? Did I mention that we've still got all the samples from all the studies I've just talked about and all the data points I presented on those graphs and in those tables? They all sit in the long-term soil archive here in Rockhampton. This gives us a multitude of possibilities. We can reanalyse our paired study sites, we can target new research questions, we can use contemporary techniques, laboratory analysis and statistics that just weren't available 5 and 6 decades ago when these studies first kicked off. We can revisit, we can resample, we can retest. That's one of our key messages. So what do we do with all this information? As scientists, policymakers, landholders, why are we still interested in the effects of land development in the Fitzroy Basin, and in particular throughout the whole of the Brigalow Belt? Firstly, this region is the Northern Grain Zone. This is the most productive broadacre farming land in Australia. The Brigalow Belt bioregion includes the Darling Downs, the Peak Downs of central Queensland, and the Liverpool Plains. Secondly, because the Fitzroy Basin alone is home to somewhere in the order of 2.5 to 3 million cattle. This is the largest cattle herd in any natural resource management region in Australia. It accounts for 25% of the state herd and 11% of the national herd. And thirdly, because achieving these huge levels of agricultural productivity has come at a substantial environmental cost. When the Vegetation Management Act 1999 was introduced, 93% of Acacia harpophylla or Brigalow woodlands had been cleared. The light green shading on this slide shows pre-European extent of Acacia harpophylla in Queensland. The darker green shows the 7% that is actually left remaining today. Clearing Brigalow for cropping or grazing in the Fitzroy Basin doubled runoff. Clearing doubled peak runoff rate under cropping. It increased it by 50% under grazing. Clearing increased total suspended solids loads by 600% under cropping and by 80% under grazing. Soil fertility, crop and pasture productivity have all declined over time since land clearing and the commencement of agriculture. Overgrazing further exacerbates each and every one of those results. Overgrazing at our study site has tripled runoff, it's tripled peak runoff rate, and it's tripled total suspended sediment loads compared with long-term conservative grazing. All of this occurs within Queensland's largest coastal catchment, the Fitzroy, which just so happens to drain directly to the Great Barrier Reef. Why is that a concern? because according to the 2017 scientific consensus statement, key Great Barrier Reef ecosystems continue to be in poor condition. This is largely due to the collective impacts of terrestrial runoff associated with past and ongoing catchment development, coastal development activities, extreme weather events, and climate change impacts. So what's being done about it? Under Reef Plan, using policy driven by best available science, work to decrease land-based runoff in the reef's waters is now well advanced. Significant efforts have been made to improve land management practices throughout reef catchments in order to decrease these flows of nitrogen, pesticides, and sediment to the reef. Progress report, how are we going? Unfortunately, we're going slowly. Results show progress in some areas. However, faster uptake of improved land management practices is required to meet our water quality targets. This is a figure from the Reef Water Quality Report Card 2020, which shows that across all reef catchments, modelling suggests a 15% reduction in sediment loads to the Great Barrier Reef, so reasonable progress towards our 25% target. However, if we focus in locally on the Fitzroy Basin, the modelling suggests a reduction of only 10%. So in conclusion, this suite of study sites clearly shows the impact of land use change on soil fertility. The long-term data records themselves can be considered a model. They are capable of answering questions well beyond the initial scope of the studies and revisiting our historical data sets, applying new analytical techniques, adapting the design of the current studies that remain, and that's going to help us answer questions that were of absolutely no concern 5 and 6 decades ago when the Brigalow Land Development Scheme first started and the Brigalow Catchment Study came along to try and understand the change over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Craig. There's a lot of data to go through there. There's a lot of good stories as well. Just quickly, we've got some questions that people would like to ask. I know there's one or two online as well. There's a couple of us that have microphones. So if you'd like to ask a question, just pop your hand up and the microphone will come around. Might start here with Nick.
Yeah, thanks for that. Hey, that's such a detailed report, and I can't imagine how much dirt and data and everything you've got in the back sheds there. Just one question I had was around whether or not technologies are sort of enabling and enhanced efficiency in terms of cost effectiveness and replicability across the Brigalow belt in terms of revisiting the data. Like, is there better technology these days, and how much easier is it compared to the typewriter sort of tables that you had before?
Yeah, it's made a huge change. Most of the analytical results that were in those graphs were generated by a person sitting in a lab with an individual soil sample, trickling chemicals through it, a high school chemistry titration that we all knew and loved if you did it. These days, they're fed through machines, auto-analyzer technology is what it's called, huge carousels, they spin round, they pump samples out, and they're pumping them through measured in seconds rather than measured in minutes per analyses. They're much more repeatable, and that makes it significantly cheaper.
Sorry, the second part of that question was, do you use telemetry this day and age, just out of curiosity?
We do, not for our soil parameters. Soil parameters move very slowly through time, but for all our hydrological work at Brigalow, our gauging stations, as we call them, that's where we measure our rainfall, our runoff, our water quality, and our particle size. They all have telemetry, and if you go to brigalowcatchmentstudy.com, you'll be able to get a snapshot of real-time telemetry from all of those sites. And it's actually raining out there at the moment, so there's even something to see.
I think we've got a question from online, so I'll get it.
Yeah, Andrew's great question. Andrew wants to ask, is there any good data available on different management practices for average or good grazing and the effects that these have?
From a soil perspective, there is some. The changes occur slowly, but essentially what we are expecting in the long term is that overgrazing is going to lead to a decline in soil organic carbon, being the #1 concern. Most of the nitrogen is probably already tied up in above ground biomass. We have some information on that out of Brigalow. Otherwise, we have to move to some of the other studies I've presented today. So yes, it does exist. No, you don't get it all from Brigalow. Okay, so sorry, I did overlook that. The information I presented today is from what we call surface soil fertility. So that's 0 to 10 centimetres. It's the surface soil, and it's where the majority of the change in any soil parameter occurs. However, our long-term data set for soil profile fertility samples to 2 metres, and in probably the last 15 years, that data set has been extended to about 4.5 metres down the soil profile.
Thank you very much. Got any final questions? One more over there.
Thank you. Just wondering whether in all your research that you're actually working with traditional owners on the land, that you're actually doing all of these experiments and learning and all that sort of stuff. So given that they know their land back to front, just wondering whether they have input into the stuff that you're doing.
No, not at this point in time. We haven't. We acknowledge it is a limitation. I guess the original design of the study was purely to determine decline associated with European land management practices as a result of the Fitzroy Basin Land Development Scheme, which is bulldozer clearing. We have not yet begun an actual restoration treatment where we would take what is perhaps an industry standard practice catchment today and then look at restoration technology to move that back towards a land condition in its pre-European state. And in that style of experiment, that's where we would try and adapt in some cultural knowledge as well. But our particular study hasn't evolved to undertake that treatment as yet.
Thank you. I think we've got one final question from Joe.
Try again, is that right? So for someone who's not science, it's not my forte, I guess I'm interested to put that into landscape from my perspective. So from everything that's shown, it's essentially clearing land like that, declining soil fertility, declining water quality or water retention, therefore increased erosion. I guess what are the key recommendations that are coming from that, and how's that being fed back to the region?
Okay, key recommendations under cropping is a move to zero till. So zero till is where we don't run big ploughs through the soil multiple times in a crop cycle for weed control or for seed bed preparation. We use different machinery that uses narrow points on planters, minimal soil disturbance that helps maintain stubble cover on top of the soil, and it helps retain moisture in the soil. By doing that, we trap our moisture, we grow a better crop, we get more stubble cover that helps keep our organic carbon levels up. It helps keep erosion down. That is probably the key recommendation for a cropping system. In a grazing system, the key recommendation is cover and biomass, not just cover alone. There are pasture species that will come in and colonise areas of bare ground after a paddock has been overgrazed that provide very, very high cover, but they don't have very much biomass. They look like a very little narrow blanket across the soil surface. Their ability to stop erosive rainfall and to reduce erosion and therefore nutrient loss is very poor compared to a large stand of biomass rather than just cover. So graze gently, keep an eye on your cover levels, keep an eye on your biomass levels.
Very much.
Yeah, I just want to know from your point of view, how do you see the future of Brigalow? Because where we are, it's that's a real concern in our community.
Yes, it is. We have very little proper remnant brigalow left. The main concern for a restoration ecology with brigalow is it is incredibly slow. If we want to have brigalow in the future and we want more, we need to start yesterday. Early studies that also commenced about the same time as the catchment study cleared brigalow blocks, then simply locked them up, left them alone to regrow over time. At that point in time, they thought maybe 40 odd years, the brigalow would be back. 50 and 60 years after that, there was brigalow regrowth back, but it looked nothing like a virgin stand of brigalow. It doesn't have the same species composition. It doesn't have the same height structure. We don't know how long it takes to get back to what we consider a mature ecosystem now. So that says we need to act very soon because we don't know. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker on the land-based ecosystems is Tim Ryan, and Tim's going to join us online. So if you just bear with us while we swap things over here. Okay, so Tim Ryan leads the Queensland State Government's Ecosystem Survey and Mapping Unit based at the Queensland Herbarium. He has over 26 years of experience with ecosystem surveys and mapping. Tim's going to briefly present these foundational ecosystem map products and explain their supporting information and sources, including how they relate to the Paddock to Reef monitoring and reporting program. And I think, Tim, if I drag this screen over. We'll be able to also see it in the room. All right, thanks very much. And if you'd like to come on in.
Yep. Thanks very much for that introduction, Dan. Thanks very much to the FBA for inviting me to come and speak to you all this afternoon. Fortunately, here in Queensland, we're very spoilt with the amount of land-based ecosystem products and information sources that we have. So in the interest of time, I've sort of synthesised them into 6 main themes that I'd like to discuss with you this afternoon. I'll just quickly run through each theme to introduce them and then discuss each one in a bit more detail. So beginning with theme number 1 is the statewide land and tree study, or SLATS. This is basically the remote sensing centre at Ecosciences Precinct here in Brisbane. They are our scientists who deal with all of the 30 years of remote sensing imagery that they have on file there, and all of the different products that they're able to produce from analysing that satellite imagery. The second theme is the regional ecosystems mapping and framework and all the supporting products that go along with that. Regional ecosystems really are the foundational ecosystems related data set for all of Queensland. Theme number 3 is the Queensland Wetlands Program, which not only survey and maps wetlands across the entire state, but there's also a whole range of supporting products and statistical analyses that go along with that program. The fourth theme is groundwater dependent ecosystems, which is fairly self-explanatory. Biodiversity assessments, this theme, it's the first theme that actually introduces value assessments to our ecosystems. And then the final theme is biocondition. And by biocondition, I mean not only site-based biocondition, but we're actually starting to assess condition at the landscape level, and we're actually rolling that out statewide as well. All right, so just looking at these in a bit more detail, I'll start with SLATS. So the statewide land cover and tree study, or SLATS, focuses on land cover change and monitoring program with specific focus on woody vegetation extent and change. And as I said, that's derived from the analysis of various satellite imagery. It's been operating since the mid-1990s, and it focuses on land clearing monitoring to support the vegetation management framework that we operate under here in Queensland. SLATS now maps and attributes both full and partial clearing events And importantly, it also now maps the regrowth of woody vegetation across Queensland. So that last point is really important. Traditionally, SLATS has focused on the loss of woody vegetation throughout the state, but the recently revamped and rebooted SLATS program that now uses Sentinel, which is a finer scale image, it also enables the program to assess and evaluate and map vegetation or woody vegetation as it re-establishes across the landscape. So it's a very balanced program now. It focuses on both the losses and gains of woody vegetation. So this is an example of what the SLATS woody vegetation layer looks like. This is one of their recently released products. Now you can see it's very detailed. It almost it operates down to an individual pixel level. So a copse of trees as little as 3 or 4 trees gets captured by this program now. And when I say captured, not only the loss, but as I said before, the re-establishment of very small patches of vegetation. And part of the way they're now able to capture this re-establishing vegetation in the landscape is that they're able to effectively age vegetation. And that's what this diagram is showing you here. So using the time since last disturbance, they're able to use that 30-year satellite history to find out when vegetation was last cleared. And they're also able to analyse and intercept the signature of newly establishing vegetation. So this is a really very powerful tool and a big bonus for us in terms of managing and monitoring vegetation moving forward in Queensland. So now moving on to the second theme, which is the regional ecosystems. And in Queensland, the regional ecosystems mapping and framework provides the foundational ecosystems related mapping and information across the state. Most planning and regulatory frameworks at all levels of government use regional ecosystems in some way. So the RE framework was developed to provide a systematic means of describing and analysing biodiversity across the variable environments of the state. Regional ecosystems are vegetation communities within a bioregion that are consistently associated with a particular combination of geology, landform and soil. Now, I'm sure many of you have used REs. They've been around for 20 years or more, so this might be familiar to you. I will just very quickly work through a little example of that in a moment. The classification of vegetation communities as regional ecosystems recognises the interaction between geology, landform, soils and vegetation patterns, and hence the way the landscape is broadly functioning. And in short, it really reflects different types of country. And I think this is one of the real strengths of the RE framework, is that it's a scientific method, but it's easily relatable to landholders. When you start talking about different types of country, riverfront country, so on, it all equates to different regional ecosystems. And I was delighted to hear Mayor Joshua just talking earlier today about the different types of country and how they were classified traditionally using the soil and trees. Now that's exactly what regional ecosystems do. So it's both fascinating and fabulous to hear traditional land classification methods that align so well with modern day scientific methods. So just quickly, I'll whiz through an example of what a regional ecosystem is so that everyone knows. This example here is 11.4.3, which is Brigalow Valar shrubby open forest on clay plains. So you'll see the 11.4.3, it's a 3-part code. That first digit, the number 11, reflects the bioregion. So there's 13 bioregions in Queensland, and bioregions are basically broad geomorphic and climatic regions of the state. So number 11 happens to be the Brigalow Belt. We've heard about that in a few of the earlier talks today. And that's where most of the Fitzroy Basin falls within. The second digit, number 4, in this example, refers to the land zone or substrate. So substrate meaning the soils and the geology and the landscapes the actual ecosystem is occurring on. And the soils is actually what determines the vegetation types that occur on it. There's 12 different land zones within Queensland. This particular example is clay plains, which is very common throughout the Brigalow Belt bioregion. But other examples, we've heard about alluvial or riverfront country spoken about earlier that equates to our land zone 3 and so on. There's 12 different geological subtypes there. And then the final part is the vegetation community. So in this particular example, it's Brigalow Balar. So you roll all that together and you've got 11.4.3, Brigalow Balar shrubby open forest on Cainozoic clay plains. And that's how the regional ecosystems classification works. The RE mapping program includes both the mapping and surveying of pre-clearing REs. Sometimes this gets referred to as pre-European or pre-1750. But because of the technical nature of the way it's done and its reliance on black and white photos from the sort of 50s and 60s before a lot of the landscape was cleared, pre-European is not technically the correct term to use. So we like the term pre-clearing. But anyway, it's the entire landscape we have mapped pre-clearing, wall to wall across the state of Queensland. We've got a whole bag of tricks and a methodology written on how we actually do that, using air photos, old survey records from the 1800s, plus a wealth of site data, ground truthing, and then environmental and landscape interpretation as well. Then the next section here is the remnant regional ecosystems. So a remnant regional ecosystems map is basically the same as a pre-clearing map, but it has all of the cleared areas cookie cutted away from it. So the white on this map is simply all the areas that are non-remnant and they've been removed from the map. That's a very powerful tool to have that, a pre-clearing, so we know what we started with before the landscape was cleared, and we know what we have now remaining in the landscape. That enables us to derive very accurate statistics. I'll talk more about that in a moment. And it's also really great in terms of planning and managing in the landscape, particularly for some of the rarer things that there's very little of left in the landscape. Before I move on to the statistics, I'll just briefly talk about high value regrowth as well. This is a fairly recent concept that was introduced with the Vegetation Management and Other Legislation Act in 2018. High value regrowth is essentially non-remnant native vegetation that hasn't been cleared for 15 years or more. So on this map here, the remnant bits are a colour, but within this white, the non-remnant bits, we're now mapping high value regrowth, which equates to these coloured areas here. And that's effectively like another conditioned state, if you like. And it's effectively the better, more advanced regrowth that we also now offer protection for under state legislation. But we're encouraging that to try and re-establish in the landscape because of all of its environmental values and services that it offers. Not only biodiversity wise, but carbon sequestration in particular as well. Very important when talking about any mapping product is the subject of scale. So the entire state of Queensland is mapped at 100,000 scale or better for both pre-clearing and remnant regional ecosystems and high value regrowth. This sandy colour represents the 100,000 scale, but you can see the wet tropics and areas of southeast Queensland and New England tableland. They've been mapped to 1:50,000 scale, and there's a few individual local government areas in the southeast corner that are mapped at 1:25,000 scale. Unfortunately, the Fitzroy Basin area is still all at 100,000 scale. Aspirationally, we'd like to have all coastal areas mapped to at least 150,000 scale. To 50,000 scale. So we're working towards that as part of our ongoing mapping program in the next few years. I mentioned statistics. Having that pre-clearing and regional ecosystem data, and the fact that we've now been mapping remnant regional ecosystems every 2 years from 1997 through to 2019, means that we have a very comprehensive and accurate set of tree clearing statistics for the state. Those statistics are available on our website, and at the end of this presentation, I've got a whole plethora of links that will take you off to all of those things. Our reporting is done by sub-region, catchment, natural resource management area, local government area, and electoral districts as well. So that's all freely available for download on our website. And with that historical nature of the statistics, you can start to see trends in tree clearing. This is statewide tree clearing since 1997. This is the old days pre the Vegetation Management Act, where we were up at over 650,000 hectares per year of remnant vegetation being cleared in Queensland. The Vegetation Management Act was introduced in 2000. It had obvious implications on tree clearing, reduced it right down to basically 30,000 hectares a year. In 09-11, there was a change of government around 11-13. Tree clearing picked back up just slightly, but it's tailored off now, and we're hoping that the next set of figures that will be produced next year will have a further decline in that rate of tree clearing. We also have the data produced in hotspot maps. You can see here, the more intense colour, the more intense clearing there's been over time. You can see the poor old Brigalow belt that Fitzroy's been in as one of these hotspots for clearing over the years. And some of our previous speakers have spoken about just how much Brigalow there's been lost in the landscape over time. So the fact that we can produce those really accurate statistics, and we know exactly how much of our ecosystems remain within the present day landscape, that means we're able to utilise that information to assign Vegetation Management Act classes to each ecosystem based on how much remains. So an ecosystem that's been cleared so that less than 10% of its pre-clearing area remains is considered endangered. Likewise, 10 to 30% is an of concern ecosystem, and if there's still more than 30% remaining in the landscape today, then that's considered least concern. Those categories and statuses of ecosystem all have implications under various planning tools, namely the Vegetation Management Act. There's also a secondary status known as the biodiversity status, which not only includes these raw tree clearing figures, but it then also considers threatening processes and how much of an ecosystem's current extent that remains is degraded. So in other words, an ecosystem which might have a Vegetation Management Act class, it could actually have its biodiversity status elevated if it had these threatening processes ongoing. All of the regional ecosystems mapping and products is it's underpinned by the collection of detailed field and site data and ground truthing of the maps. So I'm not going to stand here and try and tell you we've been to every single part of the state. Queensland is enormous, 5 times the size of Germany, and we haven't actually got around all of it, but we have sampled a lot of the state. And in doing so, we're able to house all of that data on our internal database here at the herbarium, but that information is available to the general public. Having all of that detailed floristic and structural ecological information allows us to produce detailed technical descriptions and benchmarks of regional ecosystems. This over here on the right side of screen is a technical description of a particular regional ecosystem, 1143, that one I described earlier. It gives you a distribution of where it was and how much is left in the landscape. You can just see there's a couple of little red fly specks there. That's all that remains in the landscape. So this is an endangered ecosystem. And this information is absolutely critical to anyone doing any rehabilitation or restoration works in such an ecosystem, because it thoroughly describes both the floristic composition and structure of the ecosystem, and it also gives you abundance measures of each and every species that occurs within this ecosystem. So unfortunately, we don't have a technical description for all of the state's 1,449 ecosystems yet. We're still gathering more information, but if these are available on the web, if you don't find the ones you're after on the web, then please contact us here at the herbarium, because we have a whole bunch more that are in draft format that I'd be happy to share with you. But absolutely critical for restoration, to guide restoration projects. And as I mentioned, all of the field data that underpins the RE mapping is freely available to the general public through the Turn ACOS data portal or on request directly to the herbarium. Just moving on to the next theme now, the Queensland Wetlands Program. This is the statewide wetlands program that maps the wetland extent and wetland attributes, traditionally every 4 years, but now we're moving to a 2-year mapping and reporting cycle. This is largely, the shortening of reporting cycle is largely to help support the water quality improvement plan and the Reef 2050, the Reef report card reporting. Wetland mapping is constructed largely from remotely sensed information. There's a whole lot of smarts that our SLATs team give us about detecting wet signatures, but it also relies heavily on that foundational regional ecosystems mapping. So just looking at this map, the orange represents estuarine ecosystems, the red represents palestrine wetlands, the yellow represents lacustrine wetlands, and the other sort of shaded colour here are regional ecosystems that contain small amounts of wetlands within them. If we were to click on palestrine or lacustrine wetlands, we now have additional information available about the hydrological characteristics of those wetlands. This is derived from the 30-year Landsat analysis of each wetland. It's called a stacked line chart down here. You see it begins in 1988 and comes through to present day. That's using the Landsat satellite imagery, and it actually analyses the filling rates and extents of the water within each wetland. The purple represents the open water extent. The blue represents just a wet signature. The green is green vegetation. The sandy colour is dry vegetation, and the brown is bare soil. So you can really see the dynamic nature of each and every wetland. And that's really critical to helping understand our wetlands and manage them better, particularly when we're aiming for some of those water quality targets. So having comprehensive wetland mapping also allows us to do really detailed statistics. And as I said, that's used by the Reef water quality reporting. There's a all-encompassing wetland info website that's got all the information about wetlands under the sun. I haven't got time to really drill down into that today, but it will produce a whole range of custom statistical analyses for a user on the fly. So it's very easy to use, and I've got links to that at the end of the presentation. With all those statistics and the wetland extent information from our mapping, that goes directly into the Reef Water Quality Report card under the wetland extent theme. So the target there is the 2025 catchment management target is no loss of the extent of natural wetlands, which is lakes, swamps and estuarine wetlands. So all of our wetlands broadly get grouped up into these lakes, swamp and estuarine types, and then we actually report on the loss of those. So you can see here, this is taken from the 2020 Reef Report card. The Fitzroy catchment got B, which is good. That means that there was less than 0.1% of loss of natural wetlands across the Fitzroy. Now, it might kind of sound good, but if we drill in a little bit further, we can see that there was a loss of 100 hectares of natural wetlands due to freshwater swamps being cleared for grazing, cropping and mining in the Fitzroy and the Mackenzie subcatchments. So I know there'll be people listening to this presentation that are dabbling in wetland restoration, and you can appreciate the amount of work that goes into restoring, you know, even half a hectare of wetlands, and yet, you know, we're still losing wetlands at a sort of a large rate. So I think, you know, overall, we still need to do better at achieving that target. But looking at the trend, we can see that the Fitzroy's bounced around a little bit, but the trend is genuinely heading downwards, which is a positive thing for the Fitzroy. And you can see we also break this down by individual catchments, and some catchments had no loss at all, which is great. Moving on to the next theme, which is groundwater dependent ecosystems mapping. We basically map and survey two different types of groundwater dependent ecosystems in Queensland. The first being surface expression GDEs, and that's where the actual groundwater emanates to the surface. We represent those ecosystems by three different ways, by points, lines and polygons. The points are used to describe very small features such as springs. So where there's a very localised spring, they're reflected by points. They're the blue dots on the map here. Streams that have known base flow supplied by groundwater, they're the lines through the landscape. And then the polygons actually represent areas where we know that groundwater emanates to the surface. And of course, they're going to be a lot of our wetland ecosystems too. The second type of groundwater dependent ecosystems are our terrestrial groundwater dependent ecosystems. And they're ecosystems that depend on the subsurface presence of groundwater. So the groundwater may never make it or does not make it to the surface, but these are vegetation types that generally have their roots down in that water table at depth. And that allows them to persist in the landscape, particularly throughout harsh dry periods. So at the moment, we've mapped 54% of Queensland for groundwater dependent ecosystems. We've only done the far western catchments of the Fitzroy area. Basically, the focus so far has been on the coal and coal seam gas bearing basins of Queensland. And they're all done. And we hope to move into the remaining Great Barrier Reef catchments and survey those over 2023 through to 2025. Apologies for the busyness of this slide, but this is the terrestrial and aquatic conservation assessments. So basically, this is a consistent approach for assessing relative ecological conservation values. So we have terrestrial conservation values mapped and surveyed across the entire state. It begins with the regional ecosystems mapping plus a whole lot of other data, species records and things like that. There's this diagnostic side to the model which crunches those numbers But then the important thing to take home here is there's also a second expert panel review of all of that information. And all those experts provide their knowledge about a certain area that's being studied and either agree, disagree, or add to the values that have already been flagged by the numerical analyses. And that then gives us an overall biodiversity significance rating. And all of that information gets captured and it's available for the public too. But as I say, it's basically very good at identifying values of ecosystems. So it's not social or economic, it's tenure independent, combines raw and analysed data as objectively as possible, transparent and repeatable. And at the end of the day, it's a very good decision-making support tool. And already there's a whole stack of state and various other planning processes that rely heavily on the values identified from this product. Moving on to biocondition and spatial biocondition. So biocondition is used for biodiversity monitoring, environmental accounting, state of environment reporting, ecosystem services and offsets. And what it does is it effectively measures the relative capacity of a regional ecosystem to support the suite of species expected to occur in its reference state or good condition in other words. And its measure is continuous, but generally we lump it up into classes from 1 to 4, basically 1 being pretty good condition through to 4 being reasonably poor condition. We offer a full suite of biocondition benchmarks based on each regional ecosystem. So if you want to assess a given site for its condition, the idea is that you take the existing published benchmark and then you do an assessment against that benchmark to see how your particular site of interest compares to something that's in the benchmark, which gives you an idea of the good condition of that ecosystem. It can be a technical process, so we also have another method. On the right-hand side of the screen here, we have these ecological condition profiles, which is basically a pictorial and a descriptive way of describing the different condition states just from 1 to 4 of each regional ecosystem. Again, we don't have 100% of our regional ecosystems covered for benchmarks yet, but we're working on it. And if anyone is interested in a particular regional ecosystem and there's not a published benchmark or condition profile available on the web yet, then please contact the herbarium and we can produce a draft for you. Now, the next thing is moving on to the mapping of condition, the actual spatial biocondition modelling. So what we're doing now is that the vegetation condition for biodiversity is modelled at a given location by comparing its remotely sensed characteristics with a set of reference sites. And this is sounding a bit technical, but this is an example of what we're talking about here. So this particular landscape, there's just an aerial photograph of it, or satellite imagery, I should say. And applying this biocondition tool, it's ranking the different landscapes into their different condition classes. And this particular example, we're moving away from that 1 to 4 method into a 1 to 100 method. And you can see the darker green are the areas in the best condition. And when you look over here, they're probably remnant areas that may have in fact never been disturbed. So they're sort of like your old growth type forests. And then whereas the red might be not only completely cleared landscapes, but maybe areas that have extreme grazing pressure. So there's a lot of bare soil shining through that the remotely sensed data is picking up on. So we're in the process of completing this style of condition mapping for the entire state. It's very, very data hungry. So we haven't got enough data to release it for the entire state yet, but that is coming in the next 6 to 12 months. So watch this space. Now, just to finish up on, I couldn't help take the opportunity to just give a plug for a new product that's coming out in the next month, and that is our Wetland Spotter app. So for anyone that has an interest in wetlands, this is a new app that will not only guide you around the wetlands of your area of interest, but it allows, I should say this app is pitched towards natural resource management groups and any landholders that have interests in wetlands. If you believe that a wetland is not mapped properly and you'd like to provide some information to have it mapped and classified properly, this app, you download it on your phone, and it uses the GPS in your phone to get very accurate photos. You take a few photos, it prompts you to take some photos, it bundles that up and sends it down to the herbarium. We use that information to remap the wetland and classify it properly. And then we actually send you management information on that wetland and any specific values or interesting features about those wetlands. So this is something we've been working with the Wetland Reference Group, and I know FBA is part of that. So it should come as a surprise, but this is just too good an opportunity not to make you all familiar with this tool. So that's coming in a month. And as I said, just to finish up on, here's a whole stack of links which you might find useful for any of the fields I've touched on today. So thank you very much, everyone. Happy to take questions.
All right, have we got any questions coming in online or quickly in the room? I know we're running a little bit behind time, but if there's any burning questions, one over here in the middle and one down the front. We might just take those two and then we'll head to 3 and then head to up to the 6. Nick, if you want to go first.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks so much. So also to always get an update on how fantastically all the regional ecosystem programs are moving. It's really exciting to hear about that bio-condition assessment piece happening spatially using remote sensors. That's pretty exciting. I was just wondering, the DES, and the question could go to Craig and Don as well, by the way, just in terms of the amount of data that you've got, and particularly with that reference benchmark aspect to it, has DES got plans to start helping to build national land accounts on the system of national accounts, following something like the environmental and economic account strategy? Just wondering, because it seems like you've got all the right recipe or the right ingredients for that recipe, particularly given the emerging trend of natural capital markets, hybrid funding, inclusive wealth and everything else that followed from Daz Gupta's report.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I didn't catch all of that, but look, I think the short answer to your question there is yes, Des is very interested in this. Probably the simplest thing to do would be to refer you to a gentleman called Don Butler, who's actually going to head up a new group that will deal with all of the aspects that you just spoke about then.
Wonderful. All right, I'll try and précis the questions for Tim online. I think we've got two questions. David?
With regard to vegetation mapping, what's the land area covered by a single pixel?
So what's the land area covered by a single pixel in terms of the mapping?
Yep, okay. So the actual pixels relates to the imagery that we use to derive the mapping from. And a pixel is 10 metres by 10 metres now that we're using the Sentinel-based imagery. Up until 2018, it was the Landsat imagery, which is 25 by 25.
Thank you. And Richard, one final question.
You can see whether there's been recent activity of land clearing. So do you use that information the whole property locality? And also with that wetland spotter, is there something for local people to spot if there has been illegal land clearing that we can actually come across and point out where that land clearing is happening to the relevant government?
Okay, so the first part of the question was, is the information around monitoring the change in vegetation, are you using that to monitor and I guess enforce on people who are clearing vegetation perhaps illegally?
Yes, it most definitely is, but that's probably the secondary way we deal with that. The initial is the early detection system. So that SLATS group actually has an early detection system that can detect clearing in under a week. So that is the initial way that illegal clearing is actually detected and acted upon.
And there was a little second part to that around the wetland spotter app. Could a similar type thing be used for people to record clearing that they notice? So people notice as they're traveling around the region clearing activities, and if they feel that that's happened in areas that shouldn't have that happening, are they able to record that somehow?
Well, look, that's not what that app is designed for, but certainly people who wish to record such information, they can take photos in the same manner on their smartphone, and that gets submitted to Department of Resources rather than through to the DES Wetlands group, which that app, Wetland app, is designed to report to.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll wrap it up there. We're a little bit behind time, and I thank everyone for their participation. And I'd really like to thank Tim for his time online. Thank you. Okay, it's great to have everyone back in the room. Hopefully a little bit of sugar in the system, maybe a cup of tea or coffee to keep us going. Just before we get into our last three speakers, I'm just going to try something, and apologies to those that are online. I know that you can't see the sea of faces that I'm looking out at the moment. You're putting up with either me or a lovely photo. But I was just going to can I get everyone down there, my right-hand side, this far table, to just put up both your hands, please. Up high, big, nice and high. All right, go just the right-hand end, perfect. All right, you guys down in the next ones. Come on, we've got about there. And now the next set of tables, come on. And the last set of tables. Perfect. All right, now this time we're going to get a little bit more energy in the room, all right? So I'm going to start over this side. We're going to go hands up. Ready? Go hands up and across. And one more time, let's do it. Beautiful. There's a lovely Mexican wave going on here in the room. All right, we're just trying to get a bit of energy going. Okay. So our next speaker on freshwater ecosystems is Dr. Leigh Stitz, who's the Executive Officer for the Fitzroy Partnership for River Health. Leigh's published over 8 scientific journal publications, written for many industry reports, and presented at national and international conferences. Having called the CQ region home since 2007, Leigh has specialised in understanding the aquatic ecology of the Fitzroy Basin, with a particular focus on using biological indicators to measure stream health. Leigh absolutely loves the opportunity that her role provides to engage with a range of different stakeholders and building relationships in our community. So to present to us on freshwater ecosystems, I'd like to invite to the stage Dr. Leigh Stitz.
Thanks so much, Dan. Not really a place for notes, so I'll just wing it. I wanted to talk today, and my title up there says, if I press it, the state of freshwater ecosystems in the Fitzroy Basin. I don't want to really go through a whole lot of data with you today. I just want to sort of focus a little bit more on Fitzroy Partnership, who I'm representing today, and our team and what we do, particularly because it's a little bit like a mini CQSS, or what I think the CQSS 2030 could be. And so we've taken the monitoring, taken all that data and information, and we continue to play in that space. But then what do we do with it, and how do we progress change from that? So little bit of data, a little bit of information about the systems in the basin, but also a little bit about how we've progressed and evolved, I suppose, from that first time back in the day when we started looking at freshwater systems. Before I start, I'd like to also acknowledge the Turrumbal people on the land we're working on today and discussing things, but also acknowledge all of the First Nations across the area that we call the Fitzroy Basin. You can see that map that I've popped up there. That's the Fitzroy Basin that we're talking about today. And just like to point out, we've developed this tool with FBA, with Hayley and a lot of the First Nations people in the room as an educational tool as well, to really point out that there's a lot of different groups in this region, all with different languages, different cultures, different laws, not all living on country. And so I'd really like to acknowledge all of those different groups across the basin and hope to continue to work into the future for better outcomes for everybody. So today I just want to give an overview of who we are and what we do. We're talking about big data, so we will talk a little bit about how we report on waterway health. How do we then communicate those results? And how we also have become a sort of a space for facilitating collaboration between a whole lot of different groups as well. How did we come about? A lot of you know this story and this history, so if this is a bit of a reminder, apologies. Many of you won't know this. And I always think of this as quite a long history. We've been around since 2008. Whoa, you know, it's a drop in the ocean, isn't it really? But this is how we came about, and this is what our story is. 2008, you might remember there was quite a lot of flooding in the basin and some mine water release, which contributed to just a little bit of concern in the community about the taste of the water and what was happening in the region. At the time, the community sort of pushed then for some reporting to happen or some information, better information. And in fact, the Queensland Premier at the time commissioned a report to look at the monitoring and integrated monitoring across the region. That led to Barry Hart's report, which some of you might be familiar with, and the establishment then of an independent science panel. And they looked at anyone really who basically had anything to do with water in the basin, was asked to come along and be involved in a working group, talk about how we can together better monitor and explain and understand what's happening in the basin. And so from there, 2012, the partnership was officially formed. It was based at FBA and we still are hosted at FBA. It's a great fit. We work really well together and have a lot of cross-fertilisation. And then we released our first report card not long after that. Last year was our 10th report card. So when I say report card, I'm talking about this report card here, which is a bit like a school report card. You're probably all quite familiar with that. We sort of give the basin a grade each year. I'll talk about that in a bit more detail. And over that time, we've sort of changed and adapted a little bit based on what community concerns are at the time. So not necessarily top down, but more bottom up is our approach. There was some drinking water concerns at one stage, so we worked with Council, Rocky Council, Central Highlands, to produce a drinking water report to give community confidence that what they're drinking, you know, is of a high standard, and to make sure that that independent reporting is occurring as well. And we also produce a range of other reports as well. Won't talk about those now, but some of the things which touched on today, we also have on our website, as well as agricultural and crop use and the water suitability for those. We're made up of a range of different partners, and here are our partners here on this page. I'd like to acknowledge them at this stage as well. We wouldn't exist without this group of people that came together all those years ago and finance us, but also help with our activities as well, and also with providing data, probably most crucially. And from those group of partners that we then we have a management committee that's nominated. I'm just going to put this down. And that management committee then helps some of our direction and helps sort of us talk about what we're doing. It helps drive our direction, I suppose. We also have an independent science panel, and this is probably a crucial point. So The data is collected from a range of different sources, and our independent science panel then analyses that data to ensure that the best practice is happening, the best science is actually occurring. And because we're talking about big data today, I just wanted to throw a couple of slides up every now and then about the big data that we use and play with. We're currently going through a 10-year review process of all of the data that we're looking at. And this table here shows you each of the sub-catchments within the basin at each year, and then how many actual sites were scored and given a score to then roll up to a grade, if that makes sense. So massive numbers of data over 10 years. I can acknowledge Nicole, who's in the room, and Catherine Jones as well, as part of our science panel here today, if you want to discuss everything in more detail as well. This is the data we use. We collect anything and everything that we can that's out there. It's not really cost effective for us to go personally out to every site, although we're involved in some of that monitoring. But these are the data sources we have. We can look at the slide in more detail later. A little bit problematic because some of the data doesn't get reported on or provided until a little later on. So we're looking a little retrospectively at the data rather than having it, here and now. And then when there's research projects and so on as well, we hope to also use that data to better inform the overall grades and data across the catchment. So what data do we collect? I'll just walk you through a couple of slides now without going into massive detail, but I want to sort of give you a bit of an idea about which parameters we look at and how we then get a grade and then an overall grade. So where does that C that we had last year come from? So you can see there are the different categories, and within those we have the different parameters or variables with water quality. I can see people starting to go to sleep already now because I'm starting to forget that stuff. But no, so we've got the phys chem stuff. We look at nutrients as well, which obviously is coming from the runoff, as you heard earlier. Toxicants too, which can be potentially toxic. They're the metals in dissolved form can be potentially toxic in the environment. And of course the ecology, so the living systems, we're interested to know what's happening in the water, but also is it supporting life ultimately? So what sort of macroinvertebrates and fish and what's going on in that system too. And then we graded according to the scale at the bottom here, from an excellent score down to a fail score. And there's a link on that page when you come back later to look at these slides to go and have a look at that in a bit more detail. Then each site, I showed those numbers on the table before, so each one of those numbers represents a site in a catchment. So the Mackenzie there is an example. We're looking at turbidity as an example here. Each one of those sites, we collect, we have that data point. Turbidity is, whatever it is, 45 NTUs. And then those samples are compared against the water quality guidelines and the worst and best case scenario, or the benchmark and the worst case scenario. That then is rolled up into the catchment level. And so you can see there that Mackenzie is given a D overall. So the little example there with all the D, C, C. So each site is given a score, and then that's rolled up to give you the overall catchment score. And I'm telling you this for a reason. It'll make sense in a minute. Again, and just another way of looking at it. So there's the Mackenzie with the score. So that's made up of all of those different variables or parameters, but then broken down into the phys chem, the nutrients, the toxicants, ecology. So all of the things that make up the phys chem, turbidity, EC, pH, and sulfate, for example, all roll up to the phys chem, and that colour coding relates back to the score. It's getting a bit complex, isn't it? Stay with me. Well, just for a minute though, because again, it's a little bit more complex. So we've got this assessment formula. Now this formula is, when I was talking about benchmarks and worst case scenarios and water quality guidelines, this formula is actually used to then produce that score. So you can see the score is equal to blah, blah, blah. Cassie can talk about that in a lot more detail. She dreams this in her sleep. And so it's scientifically rigorous, and it's based on standard methods that people have tried and tested. What we end up with is an overall grade. So all of those subcatchments, the 11 subcatchments, is rolled up to one grade. You can probably see there's a bit of an issue now. So we're starting to roll up averages against averages and then average it again to get a final grade. Why are we doing that? You know, it seems pretty senseless. C really is fairly meaningless for people like you that are sitting there thinking, well, you know, how does that mean that the turbidity was bad or what's occurring in the actual basin? What we really do is communicate with the community. So we want this tool that we use, this grade that we use, to be used out there when we're talking to people, when we're talking to school groups, when we're talking to a 5-year-old or someone who's just said, like, I'm really worried about, you know, how the waterways are doing. We can track those trends over time and give them that big picture, a story, I suppose. The true science, though, sits behind all of this, and we have all of that detail, devils in the detail, on our webpage. This graph is the trends over time. So as you can see, C's and B's, we're really looking at mostly high C's and low B's. So the grade hasn't changed, that overall grade, very much over time. I've thrown a cyclone in, the cyclones in, and the flooding events at the top there. Below the cyclone now looks like some kind of weird, that's a good cyclone, isn't it? It's not too bad. And then the rainfall underneath that. So we talk about drivers and we talk about people and big data. This is what we're using our big data for, to look at those trends. And even in that 10 years, you can see fairly clearly that it's driven by climate. It's driven by hydrology, those changes even with the grades. You know, it's logical, isn't it, really, to some extent? So what are we doing about the people? The climate and the people? It's the drivers, isn't it, Joe? Is that the right word? Yeah. Before I move on to what we're doing with people to change this or to look at this, there's just another big graph of how much big data we use. So I don't know if you can see that very well, actually, can you? Can't. But each graph or each bar is a different catchment. And you can see on the side there, it's, I don't even need my glasses. It's like 24,000 is the top of that first graph. So that's the number of data points, again, that we've got for each year. So pretty astronomical data. Do we have too much data? I don't know. I think we might have a bit too much sometimes. Okay, so the overall grade, and I don't have enough time, but one day we can sit down and we can go through this on the webpage. We've got our iPad at the back there for when you want to have some time tomorrow to actually look through and investigate this, because this is where all the detail is. As I said, you'll go to the webpage, there'll be the overall grade of C, but then you can go down to each subcatchment, see which parameters. So it's a C there. What was the big driver in that C? There was an E, for example, in toxicology or intoxicants. So then you can actually go down to the toxicant level and have a look at which toxicant that was. And in this case, it was a copper reading. And in fact, it was one copper reading that threw that whole toxicant level out. This again shows you what you'll look at when you go on the website. So having a look at Fitzroy, the lower part of the basin. Interesting always that the grades tend to be higher as they go towards the end of the drain. So that is the system sort of healing itself as it goes down? Certainly that resilience question comes up. But usually the estuary is you know, the final part seems to have higher scores in some sense. And then I've taken a screenshot of just what else is on that page when you look at it. So there's all the facts about how to explore the data. You can download the data and look at it. It's just de-identified by a site. There's site numbers there though. You can actually work out and have a look at exactly what's driving those changes. And then facts about the Fitzroy, and this is really valuable for community groups and for schools and so on as well, to understand, okay, so what are the facts, what's happening in the Fitzroy, what are the main drivers and pressures and so on, and a bit more information about the data overall as well for each year. So all of that gets also communicated into that hard copy report card. So details there if you want it, but it's the report card itself, which is our flagship product, I suppose, in that sense. And again, you can see the different grades across each of the catchments, and even look down into those different parameters to have a look at what was occurring at each of those different catchment levels. So which was the different parameter? Was it nutrients that's lower, or was it And generally you'll see quite often there'll be low ecology data, which we're addressing now with another project, but there mightn't have been any sampling, for example, in fish or macroinvertebrates. So that's going to give you a red or a fail score for that catchment at that time. And also we've got the confidence scoring, which is those little dots, which sort of tells you how confident the science panel is in that data. It's based on spatial and temporal data, I guess, across. So we look at low and high flow as well. So each of the data points has to have one of those. So if there's nothing in low flow, for example, the confidence of the science panel in that data and in that score itself will be lower. So communicating the results. A lot of what we do, in fact, the majority of our time is out and about, talking with our partners, but also talking with the community. We attend lots of different sessions. In fact, we could just do this every day. We just don't have the resources, but it's so rewarding to talk to kids and to school groups in high school, but also university. So we engage regularly with the uni too, with the the undergrad students there too. And I've just got some pictures and examples of other events that we attend. We're everywhere. If you haven't seen us, I'd be surprised. And if you want us to come and support something, please let us know. And I guess a lot of it is, more formal data kind of conversations as well, informing some of those management policy and so on as well. So we're part of the wider report card group with Office of the Great Barrier Reef and with the other regional report cards as well. So we certainly have some fun side, but also some serious side with what we do, remembering that we're reporting on obviously the state of the environment, so what the actual data is telling us, as opposed to targets, which David will talk about in a moment, where we talk about actually the reef report card, which measures against targets. So we want to reduce the sediment by this much. How are we going? I think it's just as important that we understand what's actually occurring here and now. If we don't measure it, we can't understand it and we can't manage it. Okay, so probably the last thing to kind of discuss is that facilitation of collaboration. So, and this occurs at all levels and all different stages of community. So people often say to us, well, how do we raise the grade? How do we get that grade to be higher? How do we get an A? It's a tricky question when you know all of the background science behind it. But really it comes down to talking to individuals, talking to kids and saying, use less water, all of those water-wise tips. And we certainly play a part in that. We play a part in, with Rocky Council, for example, Christine's and Maria, we work with the sustainability group to ensure that we're in the right place at the right time to actually talk to people about what they can do in the community. But then also with businesses, so we're sort of looking at, we've been part of the Drain Buddies program, where we put drain captures in the streets in town, pick up cigarette butts or straws and so on, and then talk to businesses about how they might be able to reduce that. So, individuals, businesses, and then obviously working with industry. We have all levels of government with us, and we certainly inform things like water quality guidelines when we can, because we've got so much data that we're sitting on. We've also got an awesome citizen science program, and so if people want to, they love it. They can go and actually monitor their waterway, a little bit like the Creek Watch or Water Watch programs that used to be around, and they actually give their creek or local creek down the back a grade as well. So that program also works wonderfully with informing and educating people, and sort of taking data to a next level that kids can use. So teachers use this in their curriculum. They need to be able to analyse data. They can go back time after time and have a look at their local creek. Is it improving? What's happening there? So I guess it's all about understanding and hopefully changing what happens into the future. Probably the other big thing we do is stewardship reporting. What's stewardship reporting? I have no idea when I first had that. So it's really doing good things, stewardship. And what we've moved to do is report on our partners in particular, who, obviously that's what we are, we're a partnership. What things they're doing above and beyond legislation. And what they have to do, I suppose, by regulatory authorities and so on. So what's occurring in the basin based on what we know. So we know there's some significant bad water quality in different regions. You know, the Dee River, for example, what's happening in that space? What are we doing about it? And so this stewardship report, and we've got one at the back, and we've had a previous one as well that's available online. Please hop on and have a look, because those stories really kind of, there's a bit of bad news around sometimes about how doom and gloom it all is, but this really helps you sort of understand that everyone's trying to do the right thing. And by working in silos or working separately, we're not managing to do that as well as we possibly could do by working together. And that's probably the next step of what we've been able to do, is bring the partners together into a room where they wouldn't normally mix. They don't normally discuss these issues, but they're able to do that in an independent, safe place with us. And so that's led to quite a few collaborative projects. Not just in the water space, but it might be there's a koala project, or there might be other things that are happening around the place. We're looking at working with Durumble, looking at some freshwater mussels. So, if you want something, come to us. We can help put you in touch with the right people, the right financing, and so on, to try and, make a difference to what's important to you specifically. This is an example of what we started several years ago. It's a specific monitoring program across the basin. So as I said, we get data from all over the place. You can see those dots on that first map up there. There's some spots missing pretty clearly. The Nagoa, for example, and others only have 1 or 2 monitoring sites, and they might only be monitored 1 or 2 times a year as well. So what we proposed was to do another program that is specifically with regulated water industry. So we've worked closely with DES, the government, and with industry to do a region-wide receiving environment monitoring program, it's called. So an amazing example of what we've been able to achieve just in the last few years, bringing different stakeholders together and changing the regulation for better outcomes for the basin, so we can better understand it. So just to finish up, sure, we report on waterway health. And I didn't go into a lot of detail about the results there, but you know where to find it. And I know that's the first thing you'll be doing when you finish this afternoon, trying to have a look at those results. We really provide a platform for collaboration. And I think that's what CQSS can do, is bring people together. As Joe said and Josh said, that's the key to everything, isn't it? Without collaborating, we don't evolve. That's what we've got to do. We've got to be in the same room. We've got to work together. And then that community engagement, of course. So if I can just finish by thanking our amazing partners. They're wonderful people to work with. Yeah, they're all there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Leigh. Just quickly, do we have any questions? Don't run away just yet. No. We've got in the back. I'll do my best to paraphrase it for the people online. So.
Yeah. But I do know there's opportunities discussion with regards to what systems that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Just to give you the background where I come from. One big injury, which is my favourite land, I'm considering that. My area attack on my so what my next country is the headquarters of some of the major systems in Australia.
Yeah.
I can take a little system from there all the way from South Australia. I can take a system with that in Alice Springs. I can take a system with that up the Channel Country to get that system. I just have to go northern parts of North America coming out to the basin. I can take a system that'll take it all the way to Bergen. I'm not taking the system that flows this wonderful system we call Fitzroy River. In my opinion, we call that Gummergong right there. Here's one. And also the Maryborough system. So these river systems are very, very important out there.
Yeah.
There's a big story there, and I feel that I know you said you put a call out for people that come along and have some input into this stuff, and I just want to know what level of involvement and what response you got from the average people. because I think we're missing something very, very important.
Yes.
Because the river system is telling our story.
Yeah.
We are walking water, yeah?
Yeah.
And we have a beautiful story to tell about these systems. The word Gunga means all water. Every bit of water that falls in Frenchville catchment touches my mother's country. So I feel that there needs to be a little bit more in to get our people involved. All of these people, indigenous people in this forum here today, sit beside by these native systems and have a contribution to make the story. And I would love to participate in the conversation, given that I've been 20 years away from this conversation. And look, I was one of the indigenous representatives of the Fitzroy Basin Association, so 20 years ago when we first started. So I moved away from the space, walking into my heart. And, we don't see a lot of you guys coming in to have these types of conversations with us. But I would love to be involved and encourage our people to sit with you and the Fitzroy Basin Association to have this conversation so that you don't have an understanding of just what the water means to us. It is the essence of life, we know that. But when we are walking the water, and when those river systems start, I refer to them as gulling. Yeah? It's a tip of the tongue, it's the start of the story. So when you say a word, first sound is made up of this. So I see that as a river system up there in this ones and stuff. But I would love to come and have a conversation at some stage with you and share this beautiful story about this river system and how it's been a big part of our people's lives for thousands of years. Those river systems were our highways also. We travel those systems, particularly the Carnarvon Ranges, to take this east and turn them the credits of those sandstone. Because that's in that wonderful country out there. It's really listening to something really, really important.
Yeah.
It's the story that our people carry in relation to this river system that we're talking about here, the share catchment. When we say double long enough, yeah, it means wonderful. But it's a story that needs to be told, it's a story that needs to be shared. It's a story that needs to be embraced. We used to have a greater understanding of who we are, and while we sometimes say things and behave in a way that doesn't always sit within the parameters of what is considered normal behaviour in society, yeah? And it all starts with the water. So I implore you, please, come and sit with our people. Not just me, not alone here. There's a member of the TA groups in this room, and they all have something to contribute and offer. They have their own story, because my story is the start. As the systems come down, it's picking up all the stories of all these wonderful people that sit along their river systems. And look, my philosophy is to be all inclusive with people speak themselves. But I would love to have that opportunity to sit with you and all the TAs in the room, and we can have a conversation about the water. We're looking at the second highest continent, facing the third. When Captain Cook came down the east coast of Australia, there wasn't 27 million people inhabiting this country. So that water system out there is under a great deal of pressure. And we need to make sure that we're looking after it in the best possible way. Look after the water, everything else falls in place there. It's also about looking after the spirit. We would love to show you people that you can tap into the wonderful spirit that pervades this country. And not just you in the Fitzroy catchment, but right across Australia. So if you have an opportunity to come to Warrabina sometime, look me up and let's have a conversation about how we might be able to put together some sort of conversation with the TAs that sit in the Fitzroy catchment to share the story with the broader community. Yeah.
Thank you. That's really. Yeah. Can I just respond to that too? Thank you so much. I see our place in this partnership to do exactly that. And the first step was we want it to come from you, and we want to do what you want us to do to help with communication and engagement, because I want people to understand that as well. And that map, I think, was the beginning, and it'll change and evolve over time. But that is a tool that I can use, that people are happy for me to use, to talk to kids at schools and to talk to the general community that have no idea that the richness of what you know, of the different groups in that region. It's just, it blows your mind when you know. So it's lack of knowledge. And yeah, I'd be really proud to share stories. We certainly have some wonderful ideas. If you're willing, we would love to share those stories and in any way that you feel is appropriate. Yeah, absolutely excited to hear that. Thank you so much. Yeah, and we're learning, and I feel very grateful to be part of this point in time in history. I think we've got a long way to go, but I think we really need to just remember that we are making a difference, and if we can change and move from here, that's great. And if I can play a tiny part of it, I'll die knowing that I've had a tiny bit to play in that. So yeah, you do get quite emotional about it when you're talking about it. I understand that. But no, thank you for the invitation. Really appreciate it.
Question down the front.
My name's Pam Neale. I have connection to the Common River area, which is in really bad condition. Can't go fishing, can't walk along the river no more because it's all, you know, all the noxious weeds. It's really bad. Nonetheless, I'm also part of a group, you know, the Diamantina and the Lake Eyre Basin group. We form the traditional owners of the Lake Eyre Basin, Georgina, the Diamantina, Cooper, and the Thompson River area. We formed an alliance group to work in with government authorities to push our cause to save our river systems and not have any major impacts from mining. Fracking is already, the mining industry is already targeting, or it's already targeted Lake Eyre Basin. Now there's lots of Dreamtime stories that are associated with all our river systems out that way, and the same is here as well in the Fitzroy Basin area. So I think us group here as a collective need to work in partnership with your authority to get some really good outcomes for healthy country and to involve traditional owners in this process as well.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes.
I suppose, you look at the water quality.
Yeah.
Do you look at where the water's been drying up? Is there a sense that you could go to that next level in regards to, like, you're looking at the water quality that's flowing now, but when I travel this country with my grandfather and stuff, they say that there's a lot of water drying up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so look at your, it's Fitzroy Partnership for River Health. We'll be looking at, we'll be taking the next step to actually look at the reasons why these tributaries and another river are drying up all over the place.
Yeah, sure.
Because I just concur with Milton here, you know, water is the basis of our existence. So, you know,
yeah,
you've got a lot of comments here from Indigenous people, and there's a reason why.
Yeah, it's. I don't think the other assets matter that much. That's not true. It's a holistic approach, and I totally understand that nothing exists without the other. But water is essential for life in every sense, and we certainly do. We can draw conclusions from our data, and there's sometimes, you know, that's appropriate. Sometimes it's not. We probably needed more information. Remembering that our systems here are ephemeral systems as well, so they generally dry out every 12 months, don't they, anyway? And of course, that climatic graph that I showed you, that's just 10 years, but obviously we've had drought and, you know, human-based climate change. That's probably given us less rainfall overall, and of course we're seeing those changes over time. So there's a lot, obviously, that goes into it. We certainly have a place to look at that information. In some ways, we review the data and present it without making too many conclusions. But yeah, we can certainly see different patterns and parameters, you know, within the parameters. Yeah, no, it's a good point. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll keep you. I might just for the interest of time, I realise we are running a little bit behind time. What I will say is there is an opportunity at the end of today for some networking, so we can have those personal conversations. The other thing that I'll also say is what is coming out here is exactly what we had hoped for. And tomorrow, as we as I said, work in some smaller groups and have the opportunity to really explore these different areas and get our own voices heard on those. That is the goal of the 2 days. So I understand that's brought a lot of questions and people wanting to participate, which is fantastic. I want you to keep that energy going for the remaining talks and also to bring that to the workshops, the group workshops tomorrow. Now, our next speaker in your program was Sanjeev Pandey, who is the Executive Director of the Office of Groundwater Impact Assessment. Unfortunately, Sanjeev was unable to make it. So I feel like I'm sort of going through the footy scorecard here. We've got a late replacement and call up in Steve Flook. But Steve's wonderful history as a hydrogeologist, and he is the Director for Management Strategies and Implementation at the OGIA. And he has considerable experience with groundwater and particularly in the Great Artesian Basin. So I'd like to welcome Steve Flook.
Thanks very much, Dan. Look, first I'd also like to just acknowledge the Dhirumbil elders, past, present and emerging, and for that welcome to country today. I'd also like to acknowledge all the other elders in the room and for what they're contributing to the conversation. It's really a unique opportunity to get everyone in the room, and also the FBA for putting on such a show, and Joe, all your effort in getting us here in the team. So thanks very much. My name is Steve Flook. I'm a hydrogeologist. I'm born and bred in Brisbane, grew up in Brisbane, but much of my working career has been west of the Divide, looking at the Great Artesian Basin. Through that work, I've grown a great love and passion for groundwater, the communities, and in particular, spring ecosystems. That's really formed part of my love and passion for sharing science around groundwater and ecosystems which depend on groundwater discharge. So I guess today I'm going to talk about a couple of quick things. It's a little bit of a different pace, and this is quite a topical conversation, so I expect a bit of discussion both during the session and after the break. But first of all, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Office of Groundwater Impact Assessment, who we are, what our responsibilities are in terms of looking at impacts from coal seam gas and coal mining on groundwater. The second thing is looking at a recent report that we put out called the Underground Water Impact Report, which details where and when and how much those impacts are going to be. Thirdly, I'm going to talk about challenges of building groundwater knowledge. OGI's been in play for about a decade, and we've done a number of things through that time to build groundwater knowledge, some of which may or may not be relevant for the FBA. And then finally, talk about some of the transferable products or outcomes that might be able to be picked up in the FBA. And whilst I'm saying that's kind of couching in the one way, there's certainly things that we could learn from many of you in this room about how to do things a little bit better. So that's kind of what I'm going to go through in this quite short presentation. There's a fair bit to squeeze in. So first of all, there's two groundwater management frameworks in Queensland. One is the Water Planning Framework, which is Chapter 2 of the Water Act, and the second is the Impact Management Framework, and that's where the Office of Groundwater Impact Assessment sits within. So in areas such as that map on the screen, where there's multiple developments, where the state and Commonwealth have approved multiple developments and there's a potential for overlapping impacts, the state can declare what's called a cumulative management area, and that's that awkward looking rectangle up there, that black line. The different colours in that box are different CSG tenure holders, the major tenure holders being Santos, Origin, QGC, Arrow and Cenex. As you can see, there's vast acreage, some of which tips into the Dawson and Mackenzie and Comet catchments in the FBA. So within that box, the group that I'm involved with is independent of government. We are housed in government, but we undertake an assessment of where the groundwater impacts might occur in that part of the world, define management activities and obligations on specific tenure holders to do certain things. So things like which bores might be affected in the short term, which bores might be affected in the long term, which springs might be affected in the short and long terms, and then we place obligations on tenure holders like Santos or Origin to go and do certain things. Go and monitor at this location, go and make good that water supply bore, go and make sure that impact doesn't occur at that spring. So we're a third party, but we have the power to put obligations on tenure holders to go and do certain actions. Importantly, a key part of this framework is it is iterative. It's a hard word to say at this time of the day, which really involves monitoring, modelling and reporting. It's a 3 yearly cycle. And that's really important for a couple of reasons. The first of which is that development plans change, and they change almost annually. The second thing is our understanding about the groundwater system continues to improve. And those two things together can materially change how the impacts propagate in the system. So as I said, I'm going to talk through some of the findings of the most recently released Underground Water Impact Report, or UWR if you like. It's the 4th iteration of this report that we put out. This here is a bit of a schematic of the groundwater flow system. So in this part of the world, the Stratton Southern Bowen Basin, we've got the Strat Basin, which is part of the Great Artesian Basin, sitting on top of the Bowen Basin. There's really two key coal seam gas and coal mining targets in the Strat Basin and the Bowen Basin. The first of which is the Walloon coal measures. It's that grey line snaking down through the middle of the sandwich there. And as you can see, there's aquifers both above and below that unit, that part of the world. When you go to the deeper Bandana Formation, that certainly comes up to outcrop in the southern Fitzroy Basin area. It's the Bandana Target Formation, and that's a Permian age coal. But many of the developments in the FBA area, such as the Fairview developments, are targeting that Bandana Formation. So our role and responsibility is really about understanding if you are going to develop in those, as per your approval, if you are going to develop in those systems, what is the impact both within that Walloon coal measures and also the formations sitting above and below, and which bores, springs, etc. are likely to be impacted by that development. That's our key role. In terms of coal seam gas development, and forgive me if you are familiar with this, but in essence, when you are drilling a coal seam gas well, you put the bore down, and the first thing you're trying to do is to depressurize the coal seams, because you're bringing the pressure right down, so those gas particles can desorb from the coal and then flow up the well. So early on in the development of coal seam gas well, you get an awful lot of water, and over time you start to get an awful lot of gas. So those curves essentially inverse. In the Strat CMA, and so in that awkward area that I showed before, currently there's about 8,600 CSG wells established in that footprint. Based on the current development profiles, we're looking at about, if they go through to full development, which is that sort of 30 to 40 years time, there will be about 22,000 wells based on the current planned development area. I should say that's still about 30% shy of what they've been approved to do under both state and Commonwealth approvals, in the order of about 36,000 wells. But currently, as the plans currently stand, they're at about 22,000 wells. So you might be asking yourselves, how do we make these predictions? And this is just a short schematic to show you how we do go about that. The first step is that we construct a geological model, and that's bringing together all the well, water bores, seismic finds, and geophysical investigations that happen across the area. And we essentially bring them all together, pick formations consistently, and develop the architecture of the groundwater system. We then do a whole range of conceptualization projects. How does groundwater move within the system? What are the properties of this formation to others? What's the nature of the connectivity? And we get those two things together and construct a regional groundwater flow model. And this is really our tool to predict where and when and how much groundwater impact might occur in this area. It's quite a big model. It's kind of in the order of about 600 by 400 kilometres, and the cell size is about 1.5. There's about 36 of the layers, so some 7 or 8 million cells in there. So it's one of the largest groundwater models ever constructed. And a really important input to this model, as I've mentioned before, is the development scenario. So annually we go back to tenures and say where and when and how much, and what sort of well configuration are you planning to do, so we can then simulate that in our groundwater flow model. Out of that, we get two things. One is we get predictions of drawdown within the target formation, the Walloon coal measures, and the overlying formations and how that might propagate through time. And secondly, we also produce, this time round, we looked at something called subsidence, where the ground motion may collapse after you depressurize and extract the gas. And that's a bit of an issue in the area around the Condamine area that we're investigating at the moment. So first I'm going to talk a little about impacted bores. And this gives you a bit of a planned view of predicted drawdown in the Walloon coal measures in the long term. And as you can see, the drawdown pattern kind of, as you'd expect, follows where the main areas of developments are. But in the peak areas of drawdown, you're getting in the order of about 500 metres drawdown, but there are large areas of 200 to 300 metres drawdown. And we do see that in key development areas in some of the monitoring data we currently have. So what does that mean in terms of impacted bores? So currently the Act talks a little bit about a drawdown at 5 metres or more being an impaired bore, so a bit of a threshold. It's gone the wrong way, I think. So in the long term, over the life of the industry, currently we are predicting about 702 water supply bores to be affected by the exercise of that underground water right. On the right-hand side, this is a map, and each one of those coloured lines represents a different formation. So the darker lines, the black lines, are the reservoirs, and the other more colourful lines are the aquifers sitting above and below those reservoir formations. So as you can see, in the longer term, they are quite extensive areas where we're predicting greater than 5 metres or more drawdown. In the short term, so in the next 3 years, and these are the bores for which management actions are applied, there are about 108 bores in the next 3 years where they're expected to experience a drawdown or a loss in water level of 5 or plus more metres. At those particular bores, we've identified a tenure holder, whether it be a Santos, an Origin, a QGC, whoever it might be. So Santos, you are responsible for maintaining the water supply for that landholder. So there's a direct line and responsible tenure to take action at those sites. Springs, in a similar way that we look at bores, the impact threshold is a bit different for springs. It's a much smaller threshold. So whereas bores is a 5 metre threshold, but springs is a 20 centimetre threshold. So if we are predicting greater than 20 centimetres drawdown at some time in the future at 7 spring groups, you can see those up there. There are 3 groups which we are identifying impacts that occur in the shorter term in the next 10 to 15 years. And we have identified Santos as the responsible tenure holder to implement mitigation actions. So in these cases, we're identifying bores and springs in advance of those impacts occurring and implementing in the bore case, make good framework. In the case of springs, implementing mitigation actions. So those actions might be re-injection to maintain pressure in advance of the spring, or retiring existing groundwater licenses to take out existing stresses on that groundwater system and that spring. In a similar way to springs, and Tim Ryan spoke a little bit about this earlier around terrestrial GDs, so where is that vegetation that might be accessing shallow groundwater? We're going to take a risk assessment to see where we are likely to see drawdown which might affect terrestrial GDs. So that's based on the state GDE mapping layer. So that's a bit of a summary of the sorts of results that are in the current underground water impact report, and I'm happy to go in more detail about those for anybody at any time. I'm now going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges in building groundwater knowledge, because that links kind of back to some of the goals that are under the sustainability strategy that we're discussing today and tomorrow. When I think about that challenge, I think about over the last 10 years, we've continued to build and evolve knowledge in the STRAT cumulative management area. And when I think about GDs, there's really 3 key questions that we need to ask ourselves when we are building knowledge. And they come directly from something called the GD toolbox, but they're really useful. They're quite simple, particularly when you say them out loud. But the first is really, where are the GDs? If we don't know where we are, we can't really assess the potential impacts on them. The second is, what is their connection to groundwater? Are they dependent on which source aquifer, how often, what's the nature of their connection? Is it intermittent always? And the third is, what is their likely response to a change in the groundwater regime? What is their resilience to change, and what does that response curve look like? Is it rapid? Is it over time? And really understanding that. And so we really structured our research around those 3 questions. So the first of all, in 2010-2011 period, I ran an extensive survey with botanists and hydrogeologists to go and map where are these springs that haven't been visited in some time, and to identify the source aquifer and to start some monitoring. So we had them on the map to really try and tick off that first question about where are the GDs at that time. The second was to bring that data together into a conceptual model of how we understood those springs occur. And that's from really 2 levels. One is, why does the spring occur in that location hydrogeologically? Is it a structure? Is it a fault? Is it a thinning of certain formations that causes groundwater to express itself in that zone? And secondly, at the wetland scale, what are the climatic or environmental variables which influence the dynamics of that spring? Quite often climate, land use, EBT, those sorts of things which really affect the dynamics. So building a model around why the spring is there, and what's the dynamics, so we can start to conceptualise what's the likely response to a change in the ground regime, which really talks to that consequence piece. We've developed and evolved and implemented a risk assessment approach, which is also possibly transferable. And importantly, that links into some of the conversations that we're having today. In this current report, we're making a commitment to come and sit with traditional owners and to look at some of the knowledge transfer and understanding your extensive knowledge of history of these sites and some of the stories which are associated, so we can build that into our assessments, both scientific and storylines. So, because I know many of these spring sites in this part of the world have got very different hydrogeological features, whether it be hydrochemistry or landscape setting, and I've got no doubt the Indigenous perspective on those will give us some unique insights. When we come across to things like terrestrial GDEs, again, it's those same questions. So what did we do? We worked with Tim Ryan, who you heard from earlier, to fund, and also the FBA were involved with this at the time, to map where are the TGDEs, and we mapped the TGDEs in both the Dawson and the Comet River catchments in a collaboration workshop in Rockhampton here in about six years ago. So that's that first step. Where are they? So we can then make assessments of risks and really target any further research. So again, similar to the spring sense, we did extensive literature review to really conceptualise what is the likely response of these vegetation communities to a change in the ground regime in terms of productivity, recruitment, biomass, diversity, those sorts of things. So we can start to understand and see what a change in water availability might mean to these ecosystems. Again, we've developed the implemented risk assessment, which would be useful in terms of if you are doing a similar thing in the FBA. And the research cycle this time is around validation. Many of these sites were identified based on a desktop assessment, and desktop is desktop, and bringing together the best experts in the room and the spatial data sets and coming up with rules about where we'd expect different ecosystems to be actually groundwater and where we wouldn't. But until you get in the field and validate those things, but the validation plus the risk assessment really gives us a focus in terms of where we should be looking. Groundwater level and chemistry, another big goal in the sustainability strategy. In 2011, we had very little monitoring in CSG development areas. Classically, in Queensland, where we have groundwater development for irrigation, town water supply, and stock and domestic, that's where we focused our investment in monitoring infrastructure. Along comes CSG in 05, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and it's a different footprint to where the main water users were. So therefore, we didn't have a great deal of background monitoring or baseline monitoring data in the heart of CSG development areas. The main reason being CSG in those areas tends to be much deeper, on the order of 500, 600, 700 metres. They didn't tend to be the typical areas where landholds were accessing groundwater for irrigation, town water, and therefore the state didn't have an extensive network. Since that time, we established what's called a water monitoring strategy under the Underground Water Impact Report, which requires tenure holds to go and install, monitor, provide data to OGIA at 6 month intervals. And over time, we've grown that network to more than 700 monitoring points. I think every 6 months we get data for about 1,000 monitoring points. And these monitoring points range from some of the shallow formations right down to sort of 1,500 metres below ground. And that's really critical information for us to understand how the system is functioning, how it's responding to this enormous stressor on the groundwater system. But in parallel, there's also important complementary monitoring by the department, but also one of the big things which I think is transferable to the FBA area is citizen science. And one of the really successful strategies in SRAD has been a program run at a Toowoomba RDMW office around groundwater net. And this is really a project started in 2014, 2015, where the Toowoomba team started to set up focus groups with landholders, engaging with them and giving them the skills and tools to measure their own groundwater bore. So over time, that's grown to about 500 or 600 landholders who are now measuring their own groundwater levels and submitting that data into the state government's groundwater departments, and that is actually giving us a couple of really key benefits. The first of which is giving us the opportunity to engage with landholders about the science, about groundwater development. Secondly, it's giving us more data. Obviously, you can't have monitoring bores everywhere, but there are existing infrastructure in place which can give us valuable data. And the third of which, it's also giving the community a sense of there's a bit of validation from some of the state and tenure holder monitoring that's going on in that part of the world. And I think that's really transferable. The concept, as I was having a chat with a gentleman earlier, the concept of citizen science isn't new, but there's a whole range of different applications, including in the groundwater space, which can quite efficiently and effectively grow our knowledge base. I'm going to talk about opportunities in terms of products. And here I'm going to throw up a couple of things which you could probably pick up off the shelf and perhaps build upon or advance. So they're not necessarily cooked, but things like our bore and aquifer attribution. There's in the order of about 30,000 water supply bores within that box. A portion of those being within the FBA area. We have assigned an aquifer to those. We've got a geological model which you might want to use as a basis for a particular project or build upon. We've also done some detailed characterization of the groundwater system. Which way is groundwater flowing in the precipice sandstone or the clematis sandstone? Those sorts of things, flow directions, water use estimates. So there's very few water balls out there which have got a meter on them. So we've had to develop techniques to estimate groundwater use. Spring conceptualization. So we've done a lot of work over the years in characterizing springs and coming up with groupings of springs, how they function the same way, and also the GDE mapping. So that's some examples of some of the products which are off the shelf which you could use, or use as a starting point as part of your projects. In terms of methods and approaches, analysis of groundwater trends, that's really our core business. Is this water level affected by climate, non-CSG water use, or CSG waters? Pulling apart those trends. Up on the far right up there, you can see a stacked plot there, the bottom plot, and the purple showing CSG water extraction. The yellow is showing irrigation, town water supply extraction. The blue up the top is the groundwater level trend, and then climate over the top. So different tools like that, which we've needed to apply to start to pull apart what the groundwater is telling us about what the stresses and how it's responding in the system. Risk assessment. So we have built risk assessment approaches, which you could use as a starting point for your area. Estimating water is already spoken to, and the citizen science, I think, is also something which you could certainly apply that concept to other areas. It's getting quite late in the day, but in essence today, I've just given you a very, very brief run through on Oggia, some of the key findings of the Surat Underground Water Impact Report in relation to springs, water balls and terrestrial GDs. Some of the challenges and opportunities, but it's been a fairly short exercise, so I really welcome the opportunity if you'd like to go deeper on any of those topics to please reach out and give me a shout, and I'm more than happy to come meet you and walk you through specific aspects that you might be interested in. Thanks again for the opportunity to have a chat.
Thank you. I think we might, in the interest of time, we might keep moving on, but very generous of Steve to offer contact details or there for contacting the office. And as I said, we'll be part of this forum tomorrow as well. Our final speaker today is David Orr. David's a senior scientist with the Department of Environment and Science and a water quality expert as part of the Water Quality and Investigations team. His presentation will cover the Paddock to Reef program framework and how monitoring and modelling helps evaluate our progress towards the WQIP targets and what data has been collected across the Fitzroy Basin. It'll also outline where you can actually go and publicly access this and where to source Queensland water quality monitoring and modelling data. I think it's fitting that the coastal and marine ecosystem close out the day. We've spoken a lot about the interconnectedness of all of these systems and beginning in our ranges and moving all the way down to the coast. So I'd like to welcome David to bring us the perspective on coastal and marine.
Thanks, Dan. Thank everyone. Just want to start by thanking the Darrinbal people for inviting me onto country, and also FBA and the other TOs here. I'm from Brisbane, so thanks for the opportunity for coming up. I'm going to talk to you, as we said, on the coastal and marine side of things. However, I'm with the Department of Environment and Science Water Quality Investigations team, and we're involved with the Catchment Loads Monitoring Program. So we have monitoring sites right throughout the Fitzroy Basin. I'll go into that a little bit later. but it's obviously all connected and comes out the end of the pipe here in Rockhampton. So I'm just going to give a bit of an overview. Where do we sit in the broader framework relating to reef science, what it is exactly that we do. I'll go through some locally relevant results, and then throughout the talk, you'll see how that links back to the CQSS 2030. So I don't need to tell anyone in the room that the GBR is huge and important to everyone. In 2017, Deloitte's estimated that it was worth around $6 billion to the Australian economy annually, and it supported 66,000 jobs. But actually, once you go beyond the economics and you look at the social issues as well, or the social benefits, I should say, they estimated that it was worth around $56 billion annually. And yeah, obviously, huge, outstanding universal values. So we need to protect it. It's incredibly important. And protecting the reef takes a tiered approach. There's a series of documents to varying degrees of granularity, which provide the framework for what we do and how that ties into the broader reef science world. So the overarching document from the federal and state governments are the Reef 2050 Long-Term Sustainability Plan, and it's underpinned by the Reef 2050 Water Quality Improvement Plan, which basically outlines what needs to be done to maintain reef water quality in the reef. It in itself is also underpinned by a scientific consensus statement, and it's backed up by the Paddock to Reef Monitoring and Modelling Reporting Program, which basically allows for us to report back on water quality improvement targets under the WQIP. Following on from that, and we've already seen a little bit of this today, are a series of report cards. There are the overarching Great Barrier Reef report card, and then there's also 5 regional report cards for the wet tropics, the dry tropics, the Kaiwit Sunday, Isaac, the Fitzroy, and Gladstone Healthy Harbour. There's also, outside of the reef, we run a separate program as well, parallel on southeast Queensland, which follows very much a similar tiered approach. So the Reef 2050 Long-Term Sustainability Plan has a vision statement that the Great Barrier Reef is sustained as a living, natural and cultural wonder of the world. It guides collaboration to improve water quality in the GBR, and it builds on previous work, but it's constantly improved. So about every 5 years, it's reviewed and upgraded. It's a collaborative document, and it outlines priority areas for action. So to limit the impacts of climate change, to reduce the impacts from land-based activities, to reduce the impact from water-based activities, influence a reduction in international sources of impact, and protect, rehabilitate, and restore reef habitats, species, and heritage sites. Underpinning all that is the Reef Water Quality Improvement Plan, which provides the framework for water quality improvement under the overarching document. It outlines basin-specific water quality targets, which I'll go into in a little bit later, which basically outline reductions in pollutants that need to be seen by 2025. When we look into these graphs a little bit later on, just bear in mind that improvements that were made between 2019 and 2013 have already been accounted for and aren't necessarily displayed in the reef report card. So what are the targets and the outcomes? Targets and outcomes are aligned with the 2050 Long-Term Sustainability Plan, but it's basically still a tiered approach. The most recent version of the Water Quality Improvement Plan included human dimension targets, and we see that as being incredibly important. So We need active engagement of communities and land managers in programs to improve water quality outcomes by getting people on the ground that have an invested interest. They're going to be more likely to want to make change. If you get people involved that want to make change, that will support the delivery of land and catchment management targets, which we'll go into a bit later. There's a series of those, the ones that basically our group look at for improving water quality, but there are other ones related to maintaining ground cover in grazing lands, or we've seen previously maintaining wetlands, maintaining riparian extent. And by doing all of those things, that will lead to the next level, which will deliver the end of catchment pollutant loads reductions that need to be seen. The water quality targets within the water quality improvement plan are for a 60% reduction in the end of system anthropogenic dissolved inorganic nitrogen loads, a 25% reduction in the end of catchment sediment loads, and a 20% reduction in the end of system particulate nutrient loads. Now, that's reef wide. I'll go into some numbers later on that are Fitzroy specific. There's also a pesticide target, which we monitor for. It's not for a reduction in load. The target for pesticides is to make sure that whatever pesticide pollutants are in the system are impacting less than 1% of the aquatic environment. By achieving these water quality targets, then we'll start to achieve some of the other objectives, such as improved coral condition, improved wetland condition, and that'll all lead into the long-term sustainability of the reef. So they're the reef-wide targets, but if you go into the Water Quality Improvement Plan website, you'll be able to see individual basin-specific targets. So for the Fitzroy, it's a little bit hard to see there, but the target for dissolved inorganic nitrogen in the Fitzroy is just to maintain the current load. It's not currently a high priority. The priority here, obviously being a large grazing catchment, is for a reduction in the total suspended sediments by 30%, and then similarly, a reduction in the particulate nutrients, so particulate nitrogen and particulate phosphorus. For pesticides, the pesticide results that I'll show you later will indicate that pesticides are not a huge concern currently in the Fitzroy. The current numbers are protecting at least 99% of the aquatic environment. So that's great. We also monitor in the calliope. The targets for the calliope are exactly the same, but being a much smaller catchment, they're of far lower priority when it comes to the water quality improvement plan targets. So in terms of the paddock to reef program, it allows for the evaluation of management practice adoption and effectiveness, catchment condition, pollutant runoff, and marine condition. And there are monitoring programs and reporting programs at each of the three scales. Our group, as I said, we're involved with catchment loads. I'll go into that a bit later, but obviously we saw some of the stuff previously around paddock monitoring. And there is a marine aspect as well. All of these different programs feed in data into the water quality improvement plan and back up basically the reef report card data. All right, I don't know if this is going to work. This is a video, but if not, that's fine. No, that's okay. You'll all get access to the slides later, so you'll be able to watch that little 2-minute clip. Basically, some of our samplers that we've got, some growers up in the Mulgrave Russell catchment, just south of Cairns, talking through their understanding of what the difference is between monitoring and modelling. And there's also some of the computer modelers explaining it as well. Our group, we're involved with the monitoring. So we take actual water quality samples from waterways. We get real bottles of water, send it to the lab and analyze for sediments, nutrients, and pesticides. We then can convert the sediments and nutrients into a mass load. So the amount of soil, dirt, the amount of nutrient that's heading down the river. And we can also use the pesticide concentrations to calculate a pesticide risk to the environment. Modelling comes into it because monitoring is expensive and we can't be everywhere all the time and always get data. It increases the spatial coverage, but it also normalises the data for climate variability, changes in land use, best management practice. It identifies gaps in the data, which the monitoring can hopefully try and patch up. And then the monitoring data are used to calibrate and validate the computer models. So our data, our real concentrations, our real loads, our real pesticide risk metrics are given to the modelers and basically making sure that the numbers they're getting out of their computer models pass the pub test. So what do? We're non-point source monitoring. So we're not targeting individual growers or an individual business. We're monitoring for diffuse contaminants. We monitor during rainfall events, but also ambient conditions as well. And that may be weekly for pesticides during the wet season or monthly for sediments and nutrients. And then during events, much higher frequency sampling. So during a rainfall event, we might be getting upwards of 20 samples across the course of an event. We collect our data through automated samplers, manual grab sampling. We're also moving towards more real-time in situ probes. And historically, all of our sites have been in the freshwater extent of the rivers, where we've been able to get an accurate flow data source from Department of Natural Resources and Mines. But we're getting asked more and more to move down into the tidal section. So we've also had to install some acoustic Dopplers, which are basically big advanced fish finders that allow us to map the tidal signal and work out the discharge. So yeah, just some images as such. Top left, that's our core business, manual sampling, very low source of uncertainty because we're getting the bottle, we're putting it in the river, 30 centimetres below the surface. We have our automated samplers. Most of our sites only have one for sediments and nutrients. Some sites have, they've got pesticide requirements as well. We've got a whole heap of real-time probes. The boat down on the bottom left, for some of our tidal sites, we need to do cross sections of the river and we need to gauge the flow so that we can calibrate our Doppler flows. The central bottom image is, again, we're moving more and more towards micro sites. So they're sites with real-time sensors in situ in the river, and we'll be using those as our primary data source, and then getting occasional grab samples to validate our real-time data. And then the bottom right is just one of our intakes, which has a Doppler in the little box and a pipe that runs up to a hut to collect a water sample. So as I mentioned, we monitor for a whole heap of parameters, total suspended solids, which is sediment, a whole heap of nitrogen and phosphorus parameters, and we're now up to 94 pesticide compounds that we can quantify. There's a huge range more of ones that we can't quantify. Basically, the unknown unknowns, we send our samples to Queensland Health. They run it through a library database and they'll basically tell us if there are any other pesticides present or absent, but they can't quantify it for us. But yeah, we're monitoring for a huge number of parameters. For the sediments and nutrients, we convert concentrations into loads, as I said. So we take the concentration, multiply it by the flow to give a mass load, and we report that on a daily or an annual basis. We can also do event loads, which we quite regularly get asked to do when there's cyclones or big rainfall events like we've just seen down in Gympie. Pesticides are a slightly different story, because if I was to have a reduction target in pesticides where the target might be, say, reduced total pesticides flowing out from Rockhampton by 30%, if the growers and the industry reduce a whole heap of pesticide use of a single pesticide that's not actually toxic to the environment, there's no net ecological benefit. So our group, people far more intelligent than I, have come up with the pesticide risk metric process. It basically, if you look on the far left-hand side, we develop these what are called species sensitivity distribution curves. So the best analogy is if you're in a room of 100 people, one person might have one standard drink and start to feel affected by it. One person might be drinking all night and only just feel affected, and then everyone else fits in the middle somewhere. We develop these based on scientific literature for, we've currently done 23 pesticides, but the metric will allow us to add on to that as we get more data available. So we work out the species sensitivity distribution curve, which allows us to understand how each aquatic organism, which is effectively these dots, is affected by an individual chemical. They're then joined, and our water samples allow us to calculate a daily risk metric. So the percentage of the aquatic organisms that are affected. And then that's run through a computer simulation that runs 1,000 iterations to average that out over a wet season to calculate pesticide risk. Everything we do is backed up by the quality assurance, quality control system. So all of our samplers collect quality control samples each year. We've got a quality management framework that underpins everything we do. And we make a huge effort to get out and see every single one of our samplers right up and down the state, to retrain them every year, deliver feedback, deliver results. And this slide is slightly out of date due to the spicy cough. We were supposed to have an international review of our program in May of this year, but the US put a travel ban on Australia. So that's been pushed back to November of this year. We're having people from USGS come out and basically review our entire program, make sure that what we're doing is absolutely top quality science to the latest, latest standards. So in the 2021/2022 financial year is our monitoring year. We've got more than 70 core monitoring sites across the Great Barrier Reef, from the Pasco River in Cape York down to the Mary River in the south. We have a further 8 sites in southeast Queensland and many, many more project sites. Now, 8 of those are in the Fitzroy. We've got a site on the Isaac River, 3 around Emerald on the Teresa, Comet and Mackenzie, 2 on the Dawson, 1 at Taroom and 1 at Baralabar, and then 1 at the end of system here in town. And as I said, we've also got the Calliope site, which is currently only a pesticide site. And we have big data. So we've been monitoring in the Fitzroy in town here since 2007, huge number of concentration data points. that get calculated into annual loads of sediments, nutrients. We have a whole heap of pesticide data as well. And all of this data is available on our story map condition reports, which there's a link to in the end of the presentation. As I mentioned, we require discharge data, which is the first column here in blue. And you can see quite clearly that in the wet year, 2010, 2011, the loads indicated by the size of the bar were quite large for sediments and nutrients. In the dry years, of which the Fitzroy has had numerous recently, the loads are much smaller. And this goes to why we need modelling to take out that climatic signal and actually work out whether or not progress is being made towards sediment nutrient reduction targets or not. What we provide is so heavily reliant on discharge. Big rainfall event increases the potential for transport and mobility of these pollutants. So we need the modelling to take out that climatic signal as well as others. I'll just quickly run through these because they all tell exactly the same story. The blue dots are annual discharge. These are at our Fitzroy River site here in Rockhampton. The big discharge years have big sediment loads. And for sediment, I think Craig showed a similar slide to this. The target is for a 30% reduction by 2025. The most recent report card has data up to 2020, and the Fitzroy is only 11.3% of the way there. The story is much the same for the particulate nutrients, both nitrogen, which is 8.8% of the way to the 30% reduction, and particulate phosphorus, 11.9% of the way. But the story's much better in the pesticide world. So this is our pesticide reporting right across the state. And we rate everything in terms of a risk metric. If you're protecting more than 99% of aquatic species, you're a very low risk, a dark green. If your pesticide mixture is protecting less than 80% of aquatic species, that's very poor and red. So the dots along the top are your risk metric, basically the percentage of species that you're protecting. So the higher, the darker green, the better. Along the bottom, these are all of our pesticide sites in 2021, 2022, and the percent of species affected, but also what's driving that. So each of these coloured bars represents the 23 pesticides that we can monitor and attribute a risk metric to. And if I highlight the 3 Fitzroy sites that we've got, they're all in the green. They're not at the reef, so there is some dilution happening between Rockhampton and the reef, but they're all low risk sites, which is great. And consistently low. So we used to have our site just in town. It's now moved to Fitzroy River water, but going back to 2015, 2016, the risk level has always been low for the Fitzroy system, which is great. But you'll notice that it's all driven by one chemical in particular, which is metolachlor. The way the pesticide risk metric works, it allows us to see the drivers within the pesticide risk. So metolachlor is a broad spectrum pre-emergent herbicide for control of weed, grass, and broadleaf, which you'd expect in a grazing catchment. Similar story. So these are all of our Fitzroy sites that we've monitored for pesticides over time. We still monitor at Comet and Mackenzie, but you'll see that whilst they're moderate risk, that's not actually the case once it gets downstream to Rockhampton. So those pesticides aren't making it all the way out of the system to the reef, which is great. We've been through the reef water quality report card results, but that's the link to that will be there for you guys to see as you wish. But linking it back to, I guess, coastal and marine ecosystems. So the waterways provide the linkage from the paddocks through the catchment to the marine environment. Sustainability relies on ecological resilience, and improving water quality removes one possible stressor on the aquatic environment. When conditions are favourable, good water quality can allow for population recovery, and minimising sediment loss will reduce the opportunity for marine silting over things like seagrass and corals. Similarly, not so much of an issue here, but further north in the wet tropics, minimising nutrient loads will allow us to control likely outbreaks of crown of thorns starfish, not so much an issue down here. In terms of the marine ecosystem target, more needs to be done to meet water quality reduction targets, and it needs to be done faster, but I'm not in policy, and that's for tomorrow's discussion, I guess. Thank you. Hopefully the Usain Bolt version of the talk went okay.
Thank you very much for that. Congratulations, everybody still standing, still here with us. A lot of information to take on board. I know we're running a little moment behind time, but I do need a few more moments of your time before we finish the formal part of today. I promise there's prizes and a reward at the end. So, but what I do need you to do, first of all, we're going to do a quick poll. So if you're tech savvy, you can use your device. If the screens are a bit too far away, there is a pink piece of paper, green piece of paper coming. Sorry, green piece of paper with the code on it. If you're not tech savvy, there is a couple of hard copy green surveys that you can fill in. You will need to know what color is on your badge. What I want to tell you is that this is getting your feedback on the key assets that you would like to investigate tomorrow when we get into the workshop tomorrow. So we're going to collate this data overnight, and that's going to be how we select which assets we're going to explore in more detail tomorrow in the workshop. So we really want everyone's poll. If you want to do it on a piece of paper, just stick your hand up. We do have some physical copies. Oh, yeah.
So, 3 questions.
Yep, that's perfect. No, there's an online option. Just with your camera. Now, if you're a really good person who's already finished, there could be a little prize, a couple of lucky door prizes. We need a prize down the front here. Yep. Too fast. All right, just 3 questions for people to answer. All right, don't think you get away that easily. It's really important, and it's probably something that we should have done a little earlier today. So there's a very short survey. Again, this one is on the pink pieces of paper that are coming around, or basically there's 3 QR codes for those in the room, those who are online, and those who were listening in. So for those of us here in the room, the one on the left-hand side. Yep, or it's coming around on a pink piece of paper. And it's just a survey on how you found the day and some feedback, but it is really important for us to be able to take back to our funders. If you need a paper survey to fill in, we do have some pink ones. There's pink physical paper if you want to fill it in on paper. Yeah. This one's a survey limit. A couple of extra questions. Tell Greg his prizes in the mail. Greg, I was online texting me, I've already finished. Did we get any of the pink QR codes out there?
I don't know. If you need it.
Can you get it to work? There's a code to scan on a bit of paper.
So,
Braden, you get any of those pink? Yeah. You got it? Okay. Just going to take this opportunity to thank those that are online. I know that it's always very difficult to follow along these things. I hope it's been clear enough. And if you have completed that survey, you may reward yourself with a cool beverage or chocolate or something. And we will see you at tomorrow morning.